All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the AZ Snake Pit live stream of the 2022 MLB Draft. We'll be streaming here on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. So wherever you are on this platform, make sure to subscribe or hit the follow button, as the draft is now only 20 minutes away. Fortunately, the suspense should be over at that point. So anyway, I'm Mike McDermott. I'm joined here by Wes Baier, Spencer O'Garan, and eventually I think James Attwood will get here as well. He'll be here on the broadcast as well. So gentlemen, any intro thoughts that you want to give out before talk about we start speculating on who goes first overall?
Oh, not really. I don't have anything to I don't have anything to add. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, if the Orioles picking, you go anyway.
Yeah. Obviously, the common theme with Baltimore is the final decision is not made literally until they're actually on the clock, or they have it, but they won't tell their. It's an inner circle of Mike Elias and his inner circle of 3 or 4 executives in the front office, which I'm pretty sure went with him from Houston as well.
That would make sense. I'd bring people that I knew interested, and then go and try and find new ones.
Elias has always had a reputation of waiting until the very last moment, even back with like the Astros and other front offices.
So yeah, so if anyone has never read the book Future Value, which is written by the 2 Fangraphs guys at the time, which was prospect guys, Eric Longenhagen, who still writes for them now, and then Kylie McDaniel, who was hired away by ESPN to do their ESPN Plus prospects content. Both of them obviously have quite the credentials. But the interesting story from that is that Elias with Houston in 2012 had a list of 4 players for first overall, which included Carlos Correa, Byron Buxton, Max Fried, and Mark Appel. Obviously, you've heard of the first 3 names because all 3 of them were selected this year's All-Star game. So they ended up choosing between the 4, whichever gave them the lowest signing bonus cost, and obviously it ended up being Correa at $4.8 million. Is the guy they ultimately signed at that point. So that's kind of how it's just going to come down to. All right. So the top candidates, obviously, not only for 1 but 2, include Brooks Lee, Tamar Johnson, Druw Jones, Elijah Green, and Jackson Holliday. A lot of second-generation athletes in this draft class, which is funny because their fathers were the players that I grew up watching. So I think we're all starting to feel old now.
Very.
Part of me thought Holiday was.
I mean, Carl Crawford just.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Carl Crawford had only retired like that was like 6. He retired after 2016, so he played less than 5-6 years ago, and his son is in the mix for the top 15. So
same thing with Matt Holliday.
Holiday. I know there's some other names.
Druw Jones, obviously, his dad.
Recently.
Dad almost made the Hall of Fame.
He would. How old is he now?
Andrew Jones, he's probably pushing 40. He's definitely over 40.
Oh, he's got to be over 50.
No.
He's not that old. He just like...
He's not that old. It's 15 years ago. He was 30. So he's 45.
He's 40.
Which is 45, which is about the normal age for father of an upcoming MLB player that's in the high school. That's a high school. Well, actually, even college age would still be an appropriate age. But yeah, a lot of second generation baseball players at the top of this draft. Obviously, mentioned Crawford, Holliday, Jones. I mean, and Brooks Lee's dad was a college coach, although he'll be retiring. Yeah, Brooks Lee's dad is his college coach, and Elijah Green's dad was a Pro Bowl tight end for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It'd be hilarious if Green goes to Pittsburgh, though. I'm kind of rooting for that.
You think they'll really go for a high ceiling like that?
I mean, let's say it depends on who it is, but obviously when we get closer to that actual pick, we'll probably discuss that. But I'm just seeing if Green gets drafted by a Pittsburgh team like his dad was. That's the funny thing. And it can very well happen. In fact, I see the draft unfolding that way, unless Pittsburgh decides to get cute with their pick. And obviously, yeah. I was gonna say, so far, like if we look at mock drafts this year, there's no consensus on who the number 1 pick is. I think this is the first time that I've seen that there wasn't one. So, if you look at I have 8 mock drafts posted up. So the 8 mock drafts that I compiled, I put 3 of them picked Druw Jones first overall, 3 of them picked Termarr Johnson, and then 1 each for Holiday and Lee. You think what do you think of the lack of consensus so far?
I think
it speaks really that how good this draft is.
So you're saying it's more because of depth as opposed to perhaps the lack of a true 1-1 candidate?
Yeah, I mean, they're all really close. I mean, I like if you look outside of Termarr Johnson, and they're all really well-rounded athletes with no real overall standout tool or a player that is heads and shoulders above the rest of them. They're all pretty close in terms of talent level.
I don't know. I was gonna say each player has their own standout tool in sort of way. Standout trait, I should say.
I mean, the only one saying that's
oh, sorry.
Termarr Johnson is heads and shoulders above everyone else in his tool. But everyone else doesn't really have that much of a standout tool. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Michael, but I think that they all basically amount to the same amount, the same value and talent level.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you look at the defining traits of each player, Druw Jones might be the best defensive player in this draft for a guy that could probably win could potentially win as many gold gloves as his dad if he can step in center field, do all of the best defensive tools. Whereas, look at Jackson Holiday, he's probably the most likely to stick at a premium position of shortstop, even if he were drafted by the Diamondbacks. They took us and taking a shortstop a second year in a row. Aaron Holiday is a potential 5-tool guy. I don't think he has a single tool that's below 50 on the scouting scale. Maybe even not even below 55. Of course, if you're not sure what a 55 across the board player is, look at AJ Pollock. That's an example of a guy that's 55 or better across the board, in my opinion.
Hopefully with a better health record than Pollock has.
My other example was going to be Adam Eaton, and that's Adam Eaton, the outfielder, and that's another example of poor health.
All right, so I was gonna say, oh yeah, and then like I said, Jackson Holiday has the best well-rounded tool set in my opinion. Elijah Green has a ceiling that scouts drool of. Then Brooks Lee is the most pro-ready prospect in the draft, closest to the major leagues, and then Termarr Johnson's bat. So each of the top 5 candidates have their big defining trait that would make them a candidate to go first overall. Although each of them also have that one flaw that could cause them to drop. Hey Spencer, you mind turning up your volume a bit?
For my own voice?
Yeah.
All
right. And then I was going to say each of those 5 candidates has a flaw that could cause them to drop out of the first overall pick, where if you look at Druw Jones, obviously his swing needs a little bit of work to get the most out of it. And then afterwards, Tamar Johnson, obviously outside the bat, his tool sets are fairly average. Jackson Holliday doesn't have one, I would say, elite tool, although you can say his best tool is probably his hit tool. Is between his hit and his run tools. And then Brooksley obviously has the lowest is the quintessential lower ceiling but higher floor type player. And then Elijah Green obviously has huge bust potential. So which
better?
Yeah, I think so. So which flaws would you consider the most dangerous if you were to draft any of these guys?
Greens. Like Elijah Green's just bust potential in general. There's like, the kind of player that Elijah Green is. Yes, he's very talented, but the questions about his hit tool, like that, there's like we talked about this earlier. There are a dime a dozen, like, five tool outfielders with a weak hit tool. Generally, it's like 50-50 if it works out. It's hard to teach someone how to hit like that, the hit tool. So I would definitely say Green.
Yeah, I would say because of that, I think there's a good chance that Green could actually slip out the entire draft, depending on his signing bonus demands. What do you think, Spencer? Who's your which player scares you the most?
Green scares me the most, easily. As a player, from an organizational perspective, Brooksley scares me the most. But that's just because of his age and because he's got the highest floor as opposed to a large ceiling. And I feel like we'd be drafting for need as opposed to like actual best player and best tools available. But Green, yeah, I think if Green doesn't go in the top like 12 picks, he's not going to sign. And then you're right, he could become an 11th round pick. And that would suck for him.
I don't think he would. If a team thinks they could sign him, I don't think he falls that far. Because then you would take a massive hit, a bigger hit at the 11th round as opposed to the third. Whereas at the beginning of the third round,
the 11th round doesn't hit your bonus pool. It only, like, you wouldn't.
Well, they would
by not
save
signing him, you don't lose anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that is true.
At that point, I don't think he obviously wouldn't sign. He would just go to college.
Yeah. I don't think he'd want the prestige.
Yeah.
I was going to once he falls out of the top 5, signing him becomes a problem. Because I wouldn't be surprised if Green has a signing bonus that starts with an 8 in the first digit. All right, looks like James is here. We'll be getting him into the stream soon enough. We'll have him answer those same questions. So we'll pivot on to which player excites you the most if he were available at 2. And I'll let Spencer go first.
Oh, boy. I love Jones. I think Jones would excite me the most just because the pedigree. Like, just his dad was an amazing player, and I'd like to add that to the system. But Johnson's a very close second. I love Johnson's bat, and he reminds me of Carroll just because of the hit tool. And if we could make 2 Carrolls and have them in the same outfield together, that would be awesome.
All right, Wes. Which player are you hoping falls to 2?
I'm basically hoping the opposite of Spencer. Like I'm actually much more excited about Tamar Johnson and his bat. His comps are like off, like just amazing. They're off the charts. If they're talking about like Tony Gwynn or even like comparable to like Juan Soto's, which is like, it makes me very excited for him as like a hitter. And he's got fantastic makeup. Like he's very involved in the game. He wants to participate. He wants to help his teammates. He wants to coach. The guy seems like he'd be a great fit in the clubhouse. Druw Jones, second. I mean, I'm excited about him, but Tamar Johnson's makeup and just the hit tool and watching him hit, I've grown more excited the more I've like learned about him as a player.
All right, your answer, James? Which player actually can answer both questions? Which player are you most hopeful that falls to 2, and which player would scare you the most if the D-backs drafted him?
Well, I'm most hoping that they do get Druw Jones at number 2. I think the upside is close to Elijah Green type upside. And I think he's got slightly a slightly better, not like exceptionally better, but a slightly better chance of getting close to his ceiling than Green does. I love the bat. I love the athleticism. I love that he is already considered by many to be near MLB ready defensively, so he can focus exclusively on learning to hit big league pitching or professional pitching at least. As far as scared me the most, it kind of really depends. As long as they take one of the big five, I think I'll be fine with the choice. They're all defensible choices for one reason or another. I think the biggest question marks are attached to Green, though I think that there are some real concerns with Johnson in terms of how long he'll stay playing in the field. There's some reports that say he's actually an above average defensive second baseman, which would be great. There are others that say that he is a future DH, which as long as you get 5 or 6 years out of him on the field first, that's fine. The Robinson Cano comps are very intriguing, but I guess Green and Johnson are lowest on my list of the ones I would feel comfortable with them taking out of the big five. Anybody that's not in the big five, there's some kind of malfeasance going on.
All right, so this is a question from Jack. What would it take for you to throw up your hands in disgust and despair when it comes to the number 2 overall pick? I'll start off. So basically, Druw Jones is available at 2. They pass on him would be my answer. And they pass on him for Brooks Lee. I'll give you a preview of that face since I don't think that's happening. All right. So, Wes, your answer to the question?
That's pretty much the same thing as if they like pass on Druw Jones or Holiday, and they go with Brooks or even Elijah Green over the other 4, like a BB, like obviously anyone that we're not talking about that's like not on any of our radar. I would be baffled and disgusted because they're a really standout group of players.
All right, Spencer?
I don't think I'd be super upset if we took Lee. If we passed on Jones for him, that would disappoint me. I think a name outside of the top 5 to save money, like a huge amount of money, that would make me very upset.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jones might be the only one that commands full number 2 slot bonus, which is a little bit over $8 million. So I don't think they'll prioritize savings. All right, James, you want to answer the phone?
It's very similar. If Jones is available and they take somebody else, I'm going to be questioning it. If they take anybody outside of those 5 at number 2, it makes no sense whatsoever. If they aren't taking Jones, then the real question comes down to what are they doing with the number 34 pick. I'm not going to be thrilled if they pass on Jones, but I will reserve judgment until I see who they select at.
Yeah, probably.
If the plan is we're going to take Brooks Lee, which is going to upset some people if they take Lee over Jones, but then they turn around and we're taking Lee, and then at 34 we're taking Schultz because the numbers say we can make both of them fit. Hey, I'm happy. I'm happy at that point. We still took one of the top 5, and we got another future top 5 to 10 arm right now. He's saving his bullets, not sending him to college. We're getting his bullets for us right away. But outside of that, I don't know. It really is going to – if Jones is available, they need to take him. If they don't take him, then it has to be about what do they do with it at number 34.
By the way, you just wrote Mike Elias's press conference right there. Here. All right. So yeah, basically, yeah, I think the saving grace of the Diamondbacks took a haircut pick would be what they do next. Obviously, if we take that approach in there. So we'll do another question here. Which prospect do you think will be the first to reach the majors of the top 5?
For me, it's Brooks Lee, and it's not even going to be close.
That
Yeah, I agree with James. He's the fastest. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah,
the next closest is maybe Johnson if his bat gets him there, but that's not going to beat Brooks Lee's.
I was going to say Brooks Lee followed by Johnson, and then who knows what Jones, and then Green may take all 5. All 4 years that you need. And you have to add him to, and then he's maybe another one.
So younger talent takes a lot.
I was going to say, it might not matter what the timeline of these prospects are because Hazen Seat's going to be very hot this offseason. If he's not outright fired. Although I would still wait to see how his pitching prospects pan out before I give him the boot. Which is what next year's for.
Yeah, I've got some concerns about what's going on with the front office stability now that we're just now hitting the very first stages of the farm finally developing some kind of talent. And if they wind up just scrapping the front office again, now we're going to have a new philosophy in place with players selected for the old philosophy. I'm not real super excited about that.
Well, at least the good news is most of those guys fit every philosophy, like the Corbin Carrolls of the world. Well, there's always the need for a high on base guy who can steal you some bags and play great defense.
True.
And that's also kind of true because of Thomas. I consider like Corbin Carroll light as well. Obviously Thomas is here.
We've been through this before. If you look at the draft class of like 2008, 2009, 2010, they never really gave them like that a chance with Burns long enough to actually like hold on to the talent. And then it was all traded away by, 2011, 2012. We traded away like half of that group of players.
Well, I will just say this. Burns was already failed at the second GM job by the time most of these guys succeeded or failed, I think. Failed as a GM of San Diego by the time those guys came up. And they actually kept most of them. That 09 draft is obviously the example. They had Owings, I think Owings had 5 years of service time before the D-backs gave up on him. Paul Goldschmidt was traded after 6 years. After accumulating 6 years of service, and then Pollock went all the way to free agency as well.
I'm like talking about like guys like Eaton or There's a few other guys that we gave up on way too soon. Scherzer, like why did we give up on Scherzer? The guy's a Hall of Famer. I understand the injury risk.
I think they were all right. Yeah, I was going to say the reason they traded Scherzer probably because they were scared his arm was going to fall off. His mechanics aren't necessarily his mechanics would make a pitching coach pull his hair out, and then
Trevor Bauer in hindsight. Yeah, we know why they traded him. Now he obviously was not a good clubhouse fit. To say the least.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure all of his teammates have some very nice stories to say about his clubhouse fit. And I think it was actually the most tame here of all places.
Yeah.
Because, at least he didn't throw a baseball. Yeah.
Also, the previous regimes, front offices, they didn't develop particularly well. Look at Shipley, look at Clark, look at Young. Like pitching has never been our strong suit. When we hit big. You get a Webb or you get a Scherzer, but we miss way, way too often.
Brandon Webb is probably the best draftee of the Joe Garagiola Jr. regime. Like I can't.
No, that's definitely he's definitely number one. Definitely better than the 5-letter acronym they used for the farm system in 06.
Yeah. Burns was like, he flamed out, but the farm directing, like under Rizzo, was great. That's really who you get credit to those drafts, but we didn't give Rizzo's draft, like we didn't hold on to enough of those players. That's really my complaint, and I'd like to see them hold on to this group and actually give them a chance.
Remember, Rizzo was hired the year before the D-backs had that great 09 draft.
Yeah.
And then I think and I think it was a case when you talk about the Ray Montgomery draft years, it was a situation where these guys, I think they tried to hold on to these guys. Obviously, Toussaint obviously being the one example of a player that wasn't given a chance to develop in the system, but I think it was a lot of guys from that draft era did not come close to hitting their ceiling once they got to the major league level. Like Archie Bradley flamed out as a starter. Andrew Chafin, well, actually Chafin was already considered a bullpen. Andrew Chafin had questions about starting his entire minor league career. Your career as well, but you're not worried about drafting a starter necessarily that late in the draft. You're just hoping somebody pans out. Those are just obvious examples. It'll be interesting to see.
There with health too. I mean, Carlos Quentin couldn't stay healthy to save his life while he was here. He leaves, becomes an MVP candidate, but then he broke again a few years later.
Connor Jackson's lungs got screwed over.
Yeah, Valley Fever kind of screwed the Diamondbacks on that one because he was a hell of a good,
he was a solid regular outfielder.
And I would have loved to have kept him around, but once Valley Fever messed him up, that he just never ever recovered. He didn't do well in Oakland. He didn't do well in Boston. He looked like
he retired after that.
He looked like the shell of a player playing out there in Boston during their playoff run. It's like see him out there in left field. I'm like, I can run that hard.
All right,
there was some bad luck in their previous that era of drafts, especially with your health. With health, you're right, James.
All right, so quick question: just name the player who has the biggest bust potential of the top 5.
Green.
Yeah, it's Green.
Oh. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement it's Green. All right, so 4:05, the Orioles should be on the clock at this point. I think. I don't know what the broadcast is doing. The MLB Live broadcast.
Yep, they're on the clock.
So we'll find out in the next 5 to 10 minutes which player they ultimately took. And I'm going to see if anything's going around, see if there's let's see who picks up the...
Jim Callis says he's resigned to not knowing who goes 1-1 until
nobody.
Make the pick.
3 people on this earth know who they're taking first overall. Mike Elias and his assistant GMs. Nobody else. So this will actually make it. I think it makes it a more exciting draft. Do you guys agree or disagree? Not knowing who goes first.
I think so.
After number 2 and be ecstatic.
I think what makes it exciting is that we're close to the top, and the only people in front of us are the Orioles. And with Elias in charge, you never know what that guy is going to do. But yeah,
yeah, it's like trying to. It's like trying. Oh, sorry.
If we were picking 10th, I wouldn't really care.
Yeah, if we were picking anywhere else in the draft, there would be no Mike Elias article on the Snake Pit.
Right.
I'm excited as long as there's we're top 5. The number 1 pick kind of takes the excitement out of it with the Diamondbacks. You generally know who we're looking at. There wasn't as much
It's just a matter of if the guys at the top can maintain through the next season. In this class, they did. In this year's class, they did. Although the pitching definitely suffered, so there was no dark horse candidates in the pitching side. So, yeah. So, I have a question to ask
Go ahead.
all 3 of you. Do the D-backs walk away with at least one pitcher tonight? Yes or no?
Yes. I'm gonna go yes.
Yeah. I'm leaning yes. I think they'll probably take one with the second pick, but I think it's like 50-50, honestly. Like it could go either way. Depends on who's available.
Now, if I were to restrict it to top 40 pitcher, yes or no? Well, actually, no. 2 top 40 pitchers, yes or no?
I think they're only taking one pitcher with the next 2 picks.
Yeah. Oh, Manfred's at the podium.
Yep, Manfred's at the podium. This is where the fun begins. All right, I'm going to test something.
That's one word for it.
I have a question. Can anyone hear Manfred on the screen?
Barely.
I have him set up with myself, so I hear him from there.
I was going to say. I was just saying if it was going to bleed, if it was bleeding into the stream audio. It might not be. If it is, it's bleeding through my headset. All right. Nobody can hear Manfred, so I'm going to have this on a low volume. Like I said. The lack of an obvious 1-1 candidate makes good TV. Makes for good TV. Although if you're the fan base of the team picking first, it must be aggravating.
I think it's aggravating for many Baltimore fans is likely that they've got Elias picking. I think he does a great job most of the time, but because he tends to be so unorthodox, they don't know what to expect. I mean, most teams are going to be looking at it's going to be Druw Jones or Druw Jones.
If it was up to the 4 of us, it'd be Druw Jones.
Yeah, that seems like it'd be the obvious pick if the Diamondbacks were picking number 1. Should be a no-brainer.
Yeah, and I think they could sign Druw Jones without going full slot, too. But I don't think that'll be the case if he's available at 2. Just take him and worry about money later.
That's my thing. I want them to take Jones because it's not going to matter what it costs. He's not going to go for more than slot. And if they take somebody else, then it needs to be for a big enough savings to get a true difference maker at 34. I know on the pit there were some people who were reluctant that they wouldn't necessarily want to give as much as $5 million to Schultz. But the reality is, what are they saving the money for? It's not like there's a whole lot of candidates further down the draft that are going to be worth adding more beyond their slot.
I was saying all the high school bats worth $5 million are going to be candidates to select as second overall.
Right. And I think the reason I think we're going to take a pitcher with one of the next 2 picks is that's about the comfort range for all these arms that have been falling due to COVID and injury and so forth.
This is a really deep draft for position players, but not so much for pitching. So like, unless you can like be sure that your lower picks are going to sign, like it's really not worth it going under slot, and trying to save some money when you can have like a guy that'll easily put up the value than if you try to be fancy with and save some money.
I'm not even sure how deep the draft actually is beyond this upper echelon. And it's nice that there are 5 legit picks to be considered around our spot. And you can extend that about 10 more players. And then you get into a whole lot of really iffy gray area, largely because there's just so many injuries right now.
Yeah. All right. So I had
waiting on Baltimore.
Yeah, I have the audio playing on my computer, the MLB feed. Yeah, they're showing the batting practice thing. Who's watching the home run derby tomorrow? I'm not. If Christian Walker was in, I'd watch.
Yeah.
The Christian Walker swing is perfect for the home run derby.
Changes,
but of course,
that'd be great. but
Well, you need to get him to hit more line drives to fix so that launch angle has to come down a bit. Yeah, I wonder if Walker would have been home run derby if the MLB didn't literally isn't trying to give Pujols the farewell tour.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like when you talk about David Ortiz or Chipper Jones, who actually were legitimately all-star level players in their final season.
Yeah.
Although you could argue Jones wasn't, but Chipper Jones put up an OPS over 800.
Jones certainly did enough to warrant being there. I mean, no one was going to, just because he wasn't the best he had ever been, no one was going to, get all upset that.
All right, pick's in.
Slot. The pick is in.
All right. Nobody say anything until I'll be the one that announces it in this case. So Manfred's at the podium. Jackson Holiday.
Oh, wow.
Keith Law is Keith Law undefeated? Keith Law is undefeated. Keith Law was the guy that predicted Jackson Holiday at 1.
There were a couple that did, but I think he was the first one on that.
So the Diamondbacks are on the clock now.
Druw Jones is there at 2. All right, I joked that Druw Jones was second overall, that Ian Rahan would run a faster 60 than Elijah Green to get to the podium.
Wow.
So he wasn't really on my radar as someone they would actually take.
Brooks Lee's still available.
Don't you dare put that evil on us. I will eject you from the stream if they take him after that comment. And then you can just and then I'll put you back in it.
Please,
10 seconds.
I deserve that. I deserve that if that happens. It's totally on me.
How the Diamondbacks are still on the clock at this point, it blows my mind. What are they actually still debating?
They didn't expect to have Druw Jones available, clearly. Or tomorrow, or probably either any of the players.
Oh, come on. You're picking second. Don't start. Oh, come on. It's like you're picking second. Don't get smart. Just evaluate everybody.
Yeah, you shouldn't get smart with it.
At worst, it's a coin flip.
They were linked to Holiday the most outside of Jones, so I would imagine that they are like, no, what do we do?
It's like, oh no, we have 2 guys and one of them got taken. Let's go with the other guy.
Universally, I don't think I saw anybody mocking us outside of Holiday and Jones.
Yeah.
Jones, there's no way we know. Right.
So anyway, let's talk about the Holiday selection. Do you think the Steve Gilbert's saying they love Druw Jones on Twitter. I already actually have the banner ready to go.
They're taking a long time to make this pick.
I was going to say, this shouldn't be.
It's for TV. D-backs already made their decision. It's either Jones or not Jones.
I think it would actually make more exciting, replayable, get people to tune into the viral tweets of, they didn't even wait the 5 minutes. The guy was already knocking people over, getting to the podium.
Yeah.
Send Randy out there sprinting as fast as he can to the podium.
So yeah, should we just start talking about Druw Jones right now? And then get disappointed when it's not him too. But if Steve Gilbert has any sources in the D-backs front office in this decision-making pick, I think that's who we're getting. So
that's who I think.
Oh, they're comparing him to Bobby Witt on the broadcast. I don't think he's got the raw power that Bobby Witt does, though. But Bobby Witt's a 60-plus across the board. If he was in any other draft year, he'd be a consensus #1 pick.
I think so.
And even then, you could have squinted him in there that his year as well.
Come on, boys. Take them.
Yeah, let's get it over with here.
All right, let's check on the comments here.
Shortstop from Stillwater High School in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Who's playing that?
Yeah.
Be careful when you play. Just be careful when you turn on the audio. So yeah,
I'm with Jack. With Jack there. If Steve Gilbert's saying that, then that's who they're taking. I'd be very surprised if it's someone else.
all right. Point blank, Jones or somebody else. I won't even ask you to say.
Gotta be
Jones.
I say keeping around the keeping up with the Joneses. Like I said, I think Jones gives you the nice compromise of both a decent floor, just a few adjustments need to be made with that hit tool. It's not that he can't hit. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to do it. It's just optimizing the swing path, I suppose, more so than hoping he can hit with Elijah Green.
He's got so few moving parts he really needs to work on. The big thing with Jones is just going to be getting him in front of enough elite pitching that he gets pitch recognition down. It's not like he's got a huge swing and miss in his game like a few other guys in the draft. And he's close to there. He just needs to see what he needs to see the higher levels of pitching. He hasn't been challenged enough yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, looking at Jackson Holiday, he probably looks more like his mom than his dad.
He does not look anything
sure,
like.
I'm pretty sure everybody's
like
happy about that.
Well, he wouldn't be the only one involved in this. Oh, they're showing the notable high school prospects draft first overall. Bottom left corner, familiar face. Also, Chipper Jones is on there.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone's favorite Elias pick, Carlos Correa. So yeah. So Steve has any connect? If Steve has more than there's no way Steve puts that tweet out if he wasn't confident the D-backs would take Jones. If you ask me.
God, what did Manfred just tell people to take their sweet time? Just make it exciting.
Look at the bright side. At least the D-backs might win today. Can Melanson hold a 2-run lead?
They might win twice today.
Wow. Never underestimate the D-backs that lose. Take defeat from the jaws of victory. All right. Like I said, I think we'd all be shocked if Jones isn't off the board here. I think the entire scouting industry will be shocked if Jones doesn't go here.
I wonder if this is more a Holiday taking a cut that Baltimore liked, or if we're agreeing to pay Jones more than Baltimore wanted to.
Yeah, I've inherited Jack's anti-powers. Well, look at the bright side. No way you can lose. You either get close to next year's top 5 pick next year, or you get a win. I see it as an absolute win.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I love when the Diamondbacks lose because they get better draft picks.
When you have Lex, it's either you get better draft picks or they actually find a way to win.
You still have a chance at a top 5 pick next year, even if you just miss the playoffs. There's the lottery.
The lottery's only 6 picks deep.
No, but every team that misses the playoffs has a tiny fraction of a shot.
Yeah.
It's just the first 6 that have the best shot.
They have higher shot. Yeah, higher chance. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're an Arizona franchise. Even if we had the worst record, they're not picking out number 1 overall.
We finished with the worst record in baseball. We'll be picking 6th next year with a brand new front office, brand new manager, and we're going to be trading away half of Hazen's picks to win right away.
Trade it for Soto.
Hey, yeah. I'll do that. But unfortunately, Juan Soto only gets us to 80 wins.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna make that move, you better do so. You better make the playoffs. Otherwise, you should be fired. That's my opinion. I don't care how good you draft.
Jordan Lawler plus for Soto. You got it.
I would trade Carroll for Soto too.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're not trading for Soto. I don't think they can afford him long term. And next 3 years, they're not going to be good enough that Juan Soto is a difference maker for them. At least the good.
That's a big difference there. Every
I
team
would
in the
trade.
league can afford him.
Yeah.
Jack's going conspiracy theory here. Of course, we don't know when the Dodgers will miss the playoffs again. Or the Yankees, I was going to say. Oh, actually, the Yankees can miss the playoffs if they lose Judge. But I feel like Aaron Judge would make him a wild card team.
If they lose Judge in the offseason, I expect them to get Soto.
Okay, Manfred's the podium. Drum roll, please.
Okay, you old man, Manfred.
Hey, look, there's Baxter. He's actually there.
It's Druw Jones.
Yeah.
Wait.
Keith Law is 3 for 3.
It's Druw Jones. No, I was told that.
The entire scouting industry would have shocked Pikachu face if it didn't happen. So at least we won on draft day. Let's see if Melendez can make it can make it 2 wins on draft day. At least Machado can't do it to them.
This is true.
I'm happy with that pick.
Yeah. I think this is the best pick we could have possibly gotten. So
Yeah, I consider this a case scenario.
This is best case.
So, the obvious question: where do you put him on the farm system? Near top, I would assume top 3. Number 2.
I put him number 2.
I would too. I would put him ahead of Lawler.
I absolutely would put him ahead of Lawler because I think he's already ready to play in Visalia.
Yeah. So I was going to say Lawler felt that way too.
No, that's where Lawler is now.
Well, until next week.
Oh. Yeah,
He's probably flying to Hillsborough right now.
Yeah, that was his vaccination status thing. That's why he didn't play in Vancouver.
Yep.
Yeah. I always thought that affiliate was in Vancouver, Washington.
I think it's in Canada. They're the Vancouver Canadians.
No, there is a Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah, I know, but they're the Vancouver Canadians. That would make
team
zero
name
sense.
a little shocking.
They're the Vancouver, Washington Canadians. That makes zero sense. Like, think about
It'd be a hilarious. It would be a funny joke though.
It would.
I just assumed they were in Canada from the name. I could be wrong.
But,
I put Jones at 2 as well.
I put him at number 2 behind Carroll, and Carroll stays number 1 because of how amazing he's doing, and also being so close to MLB ready as it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say I give them both the same. I would both give him a 60 grade, although I think Jones could be higher, depending on how he develops, kind of thing. I think Jones's floor is a 60 prospect, whereas that's Carroll's ceiling.
I agree.
So
until the end of this season, I'd have him 3.
Carroll is already.
Lawler already has some professional.
Yeah, Carroll's starting to show that he's going to come at least within spitting distance of his ceiling. But
it depends on where the glove is.
Yeah.
I think he'll reach his ceiling with the bat. The question is the glove with Lawler.
Yeah. I could see what you're saying, Spencer, with Lawler having a little more time under his belt. He has there's some questions this year with his health and things where he has had some experience, but on the other hand, you'd like to see him progress a little faster than he has without the setbacks of the random rib injury and things like that.
It's not much you can do about a growth on your rib. So
it's a health concern. You have to knock it down. It's not personal.
I would say by opening day next year, though, Jones has passed Lawler easily.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Lawler, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Jordan Lawler.
Happy birthday. Hope your rib's feeling better, Jordan.
Yeah. Well, he's already been playing.
Yeah.
It's been
yeah. So who's on the clock now? The Rangers.
Rangers.
Correct.
All right. So
And a lot of
who would you
people
take
did
in
the
this
same
situation? I take Johnson at
Johnson.
3. I would take Johnson at 3. I
Oh,
guess.
they took Rocker. They took Kamar Rocker.
Oh my! I guess he'll be
wait.
joining Jack Leiter in pro.
Wow.
That's a real.
They can-
That's a real surprise today.
Wow.
This has to
I
be
heard-
savings.
It's gotta be.
I kept hearing that the Padres were highly interested in Kumar Rocker, and I thought he might actually slip to them. There were a whole lot of rumblings last 3 or 4 days that the Texas Rangers were actually really heavily interested in Pareda, and I was kind of
I wouldn't take him.
that one too, but clearly they've got something brewing with the savings that there's no way Rocker's signing for full freight. So
He's probably it could be the $6 million that he was offered last year, which would be almost $2 million savings.
Yeah.
And I mean, heck, he went higher than he did than most people thought he would go last year.
He would make more money just from the taxes signing with Texas. So even if he gets the exact same offer, he would make more money. So
I mean, heck, he could take $5 million in.
yeah.
Doesn't have to pay state income tax for most of those affiliates.
So if you're the Pirates, who do you take here?
I'm rooting for Elijah Green.
Take Johnson or Collier.
I'm rooting for Elijah Green just because his dad played in Pittsburgh, but I would take Tamar Johnson. I think he's the best player on the board, in my opinion.
Yeah,
if I'm
Johnson
the Pirates,
player.
I'm probably going ahead and swinging big for Green at this point.
I was going to say, going back to the Rocker pick, if the medicals came clean, would you take him as a top 5 thing and looking for a pitcher?
No.
Oh.
I could see the Pirates
still-
taking Brooks Lee here.
That feels. I feel like.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel like Brooks Lee could experience a bit of a fall, and he doesn't really have leverage to demand a huge contract. So once he falls past 5, 6 or 7.
Nobody is 3 for 3. That's what Jack just said, and I think this is a.
Yeah, I was going to say the draft really starts at 3 because it was going to be Jones or not Jones at 1, and then if it wasn't Jones, he'd go at 1 and he'd go at 2, which is how it played out.
I don't think anyone had Rocker that high.
But yeah, Keith Law wins the draft because he predicted the first 2. He's the only one I know of that got the first 2 right. Well, but let me double check to see what.
There are others that got the.
Oh wait, no,
2
Collazo also wins the draft too.
They said there were plenty that had going, with those 2 in some order. So
Yeah.
it's the Rangers taking Rocker at 3 that is the first big surprise, and that's going to shake up a lot of the rest of this round. If I'm Pittsburgh, I'm probably taking Green just because I'm going to swing big for that upside, and also because you never want to draft for need, but their system is pretty set with middle infield prospects already.
Yeah, although I'm surprised that Gonzalez is still in the minors, though. But maybe it wasn't as pro as he thought. But that's okay. Although, like I said, the Castillo, Gonzalez, obviously, I was gonna say Pittsburgh made the most sense for Green to go, in my opinion, because not only because of his dad's connections with the city, but also I didn't feel like they would depending on the. Hey, I'm off the anti-hook. But I guess Melancing did the job. If you're Druw Jones, is the first person you contact Devin Booker? It's like, let's be the star of this town, kind of thing. This is a dumb question. You'll have to answer.
Will he be playing in Phoenix by the time Booker's contract runs out?
I hope so. Because Booker still just signed 4-year extension with the Suns
At the Supermax.
Yeah. Well, he's the franchise, so
Yeah,
you're gonna get
just signed a Supermax extension. Although most Suns fans are probably hoping he's still busy balling around in some gymnasium somewhere with Kevin Durant trying to get Durant here.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would feel despite Devin Booker's diva-ish personality, he's definitely got that. He's definitely one of the hardest working stars that I've seen recently. Because it's killing him inside how that game ended. So we'll get back on. If you want to close out this topic,
as far as Druw Jones goes, yeah, I'm putting him number 2 in our system today, ahead of Lawler, but still well behind Carroll. I've got him as a 65 future value in terms of total upside. I think his glove and his arm are both ready.
Someone threw
At
confetti at
least
him.
from what I've seen. The power is there. He doesn't have that awe-inspiring, he's going to hit it outside of Dodger Stadium, or he's going to reach the third tier in Yankee Stadium or anything like that. But he's still going to launch them 425, 430 feet, which clears all those walls anyway. And that's all you really need. So I've got him as a 60 power guy still. And if they're able to clean up that hit tool of his, especially on the pitch recognition, he's a 60 hit, 60 power guy with 70 run, 70 field. I'll take that.
Every GM takes it except Elias. I had to throw that joke in there. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit while before the D-backs are on the clock again, and obviously I don't think we're going to be doing a Noah Schultz play at 34.
No,
but who cares?
At this point, they're going to have to take somebody that's going to sign for essentially
slot. There's plenty of college guys.
There are plenty of college guys. There are even a few prep guys that might, but I'd rather them go ahead and focus on those college guys. There are plenty of injured college arms that I wouldn't mind them taking a flyer on. Like I said, that range between 25 and 40 for me, I think, is where a whole lot of those arms are going to start flying off the board.
They might go earlier.
It could be early, but I think there's enough other stable talent that those questionable arms are probably going to start dropping into that range. And then you're looking at teams that are like, what have you got to lose by taking a flyer on somebody, that has injury concern, but they're already working their way through it? Because most of these guys have already had the surgery.
Yeah. I was going to say, I hope the D-backs take someone like Peyton Pallett at 34 so the Dodgers don't get him. If the Dodgers get him, they'll their ex-ace. Yeah, that's my pick. That's my pick if I use my brain.
Who?
Tamar Johnson went 4th.
Oh.
We have I went number 4. So he's off the. I like that for Pittsburgh. That's what I would have gone with. So.
Yeah. Elijah Green is probably. I'm pretty sure the baseball coach at the University of Miami is calling Elijah Green right now and saying, "Hey, come with us." I think Miami at 6 is his floor.
Name, image, and licensing now very legitimately comes into play.
Yeah. Did you believe there's a chance that Green could have actually fallen past the top out of the draft?
I think if he's not taken with the next pick,
I
won't discount Miami. I'm not discounting Miami because he's in Florida.
Okay, maybe, but my gut says if he's not going top 5, unless somebody goes over slot to get him, that he makes it to Kansas.
Yeah, the next 2 teams would be willing to do it. Because last year the Nationals took Brady House at 11th overall, although I always thought he was still signable even at that point. And then Khalil Watson went 16th overall to the Marlins last year. And remember that Watson was one of the names being discussed at 6.
Right, and one of the names that a lot of people wanted the Diamondbacks to take, largely for the big upside that he had. I mean, Elijah Green is basically the better version of Khalil Watson. And so Miami may actually start,
Yeah, that's why I say Miami's his floor.
They might be one of those teams that charges the podium if Green falls to them, and they can build a future around Watson and Green back to back. Those are some great steals where they've been picking. But yeah, if Green falls that far and isn't selected yet, I really think he may make it to campus.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be on that. Once he gets past Miami at 6, I think he's done for the draft.
See him signing if he goes in the top 10 picks, but it would be hard after Miami.
I've
name, image, and licensing available to him now. I just don't
also Royal over slot.
Wait, who took who?
Falling out of the top 10 in the first place. He's got to go in the next.
I consider Miami as floor.
I don't see him going past the Royals at 9.
Yeah, because once you get past Miami's pick, Miami has a $6 million slot value. It's Chicago at 5.7, Twins at 5.4, and these teams, that first round pick is probably 75% of their bonus pool, so they can't afford to go over slot. Yeah. Otherwise, you're just putting all your baskets in one guy.
He's got a lot of picks tonight.
Well, they can go over to a point. I mean, they can do the whole 4.9% over.
Yeah, I was gonna say, D-backs could possibly. Hayden's always spent every last cent, nothing more when he's done the draft.
You should be spending every penny because it's not like you get to save that money and use it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, while we're here, why don't we, on behalf of the entire Diamondbacks fan base, apologize to Josh Van Meter? I never felt
behind that.
Were you concerned that the D-backs weren't going to get their guy if Josh Van Meter, because of Josh Van Meter, yes or no, before the draft?
I didn't think that there was an absolute clear-cut generational talent at 1-1. So I was not as upset about dropping to number 2. I was actually more upset about losing the bonus
$1
million.
Yeah, lost about $1 million. That's $1 million home run.
Yeah.
And Josh Van Meter will never make $1 million in a single season in the major leagues.
It's so bad for Van Meter. He's been dragged through the mud the last 7 months, but
yeah.
He's still playing.
Yeah, I still feel bad for that one time he had to play catcher for Pittsburgh.
So, given that we took...
So, who's Washington going to take here?
You call Green, see what his signing bonus is. If it's too high, I would go with Brooks Lee.
Brooks Lee's got to be. If it's not Green, it's got to be Brooks Lee. They take 2. Washington likes big talent.
Although
Brooks Lee comes closer to their window, too.
I was going to say also, the issue is with Washington now, you're starting the second tier players suddenly we're coming out of the first tier of players, but the second tier players suddenly become palatable. All right, Josh Van Meter update.
Hitting 185 for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Their fans are not fans of
For JVM.
All right.
So, they've been connected to him a lot in the last couple of weeks, but it would be hard to justify taking another catcher when you have Kyber Ruiz at the MLB level and Young when Brooks Lee is still on the board.
I don't worry about who's playing now, because these guys are years away, and Parada's not even.
Parada's not staying behind the plate.
No, and he's not even going to play a premium position. It's not like a Dalton Varsho case.
Yeah.
I always wondered where a player with Dalton Varshaw's tools would go.
Surprisingly athletic.
I always liked him I always liked his bat from the get-go.
Compared to what we thought of him on draft, like questions.
Yeah, the issues that moved him off catcher were the arm, not his athleticism. Although I would
mobile, he's what said, and he's.
Although the arm doesn't bother me with Varsho, I just don't like the way he calls games behind the plate. But that's the reason I don't want him catching. I think he has more defensive value in the outfield, kind of thing. That's my only knock on Varsho. Those defense, it's more about the game calling and handling pitchers more so than his arm. Because he gets the ball out quick enough that the lack of arm strength is overcome.
You guys think he's too short to move to first, right? If we end up with a logjam and he can't do catcher.
I like him in the outfield because there are only 3 outfielders in the entire system that are better than him defensively. Carroll, Thomas, and now Jones.
McCarthy is close.
I think they're close. I think they're right there and there.
Outs above average, it's definitely Varsho right now.
I mean, but we're talking about extra attempts.
Right.
But yeah, Jake McCarthy. Speaking of McCarthy, I'm pretty sure his long-term future with this organization is toast.
I think his long-term future with this organization is whoever he brings us in a trade.
Yeah.
Or what salary he can help take with him to the next stop on his way.
I don't want to do that. Those trades don't happen. Well, I'd probably just jinx us for that.
Those trades do happen. I just don't want us to see us do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to see the team trading prospects to shed salary. I'm fine with the team shedding salary and getting nothing back. Like the 2020 deadline. That's a different story.
Yeah, that's my problem. I'm just tired of us shedding like useful prospects like McCarthy. If they just gave him some playing time, he would have a ton of value once he gets his feet under him.
The problem with McCarthy is once Carroll's up, who are you taking out of that lineup?
Yeah.
I get, and you'd have to use the DH to regularly rotate those 3.
He's a serviceable 4th outfielder at like worst. So
like I said,
I don't
Jake
see why you.
Yeah.
No.
So Jake McCarthy's biggest problem is he bats left-handed. In this organization, that's Jake McCarthy's biggest problem.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Manfred's announcing the pick for Washington.
Green.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's a why not selection. Well, that'll be interesting to compare Jones and Green, how their careers go. I think. Yeah. So Green will not be going to the University of Miami. Instead, he'll be taking a trip up I-95.
You will indeed.
Like I said, if you're Washington picking at 5, you have nothing in your farm system really right now. So why not take a high profile swing and miss at 5? In my opinion.
Look good for the seller ownership group as well, right? Look what we just drafted. Someone with high ceiling. You want to buy into this now?
Yeah, you probably won't be playing with Juan Soto though.
No.
Well, because Soto already is signed with somebody else.
And Soto's pretty much burned his bridges for staying in Washington at this point.
Yeah, he turned down a $440 million backloaded deal. I think if they paid him $30 million, I think it's because he's approaching $30 million now in arbitration, so maybe he doesn't want to take a pay cut to stay necessarily.
Mm.
I got the feeling it was more about setting, not necessarily the record, but having like a long-term, almost $40 million a year contract.
I think if they offered him, I was gonna say, Soto will make more in his final arbitration year than the average of that contract, and it's backloaded, and it's like, I was gonna say, Washington did not give him. That was not a good offer.
It was backloaded more than it probably should have been, but part of the backloading it has a lot to do with their ownership situation.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're trying to get him to sign for as little money out of pocket for the current ownership as they can.
Yeah,
because the people interested in buying the Nationals have all said they really wanted Soto to be part of the package, but at the same time, this group isn't going to fork over a huge chunk up front to make that happen when they're not going to get anything on the back end then.
Yeah, I was going to say, Soto's not going to have a Ryan Zimmerman like career with Washington. Because some guys want to be the guy that turned it around for a franchise, or Zimmerman's case, I think since it was drafted close enough to home that he wanted to win one for his hometown team. But that's obviously not the case for Soto. Soto since he's already won one.
At this point, I think there are probably only 3 or 4 teams that have even a snowball's chance in hell.
Yeah, unfortunately,
one of them's the Dodgers.
Yeah, 3 teams, LA and New York. Don't discount the Angels because Moreno's crazy. And makes dumb signings.
You don't have the prospects to sign like that deal. Looking at
your mic okay?
Like a good 15 players who'd get a higher AAV than Soto. So,
but the higher AAVs are on shorter term deals too.
Yeah, make sure you turn down the gain on that.
But he's gonna.
Yeah, I would give Soto 10, and I would give that contract over 10 years. I feel better about that than 15.
I would have still taken the Soto contract over the contract because you've got 14 years and 340 with Tatis. I would have rather gone the 15 and 440 for Soto between the two contracts. I would have rather have Soto contract.
A different dynamic, though. Obviously, Tatis signed it after 1 year.
Right. And
where
Soto's is also 2 years younger. And yet, despite all that, I would rather pay the more money for Soto.
Yeah, Soto's going to age fine. He just, in about 10 years, won't be a position player. Playing a position. I did not.
With the universal DH, that's just, so what?
Well, I mean, you're already assuming that risk when you sign the contract that big. That's the same kind of risk that Philadelphia is picking up with Harper. All right, Manfred's at the podium. I did not turn on the sound for that. We'll just check the Jacob Berry.
Wow.
That's about where he was supposed to go.
Yeah, but with Collier still on the board?
With both Brooksley and Collier still on the board.
Yeah, Brooksley's still on the board.
Yeah. I guess no one wants safe picks. That's fine with me. I like seeing teams swing for the fences. Safest. If you want to bat that after Tamara Johnson's gone. Why are they comparing him to Paul Goldschmidt?
Not even close.
Barry doesn't even move as good as lumbering 2011 Goldie.
All right, well, I am going to be back in about 10 minutes. I need to go take care of something. We got a little time before our pick, so
yeah.
I shall return.
If you got to do something, do it now because nothing interesting is going to happen in the next hour. All right, but I'll stay here because somebody has to man the station. I have to man the station the entire way.
I don't mind hanging out.
It's like, now where'd everyone go?
For the Cubs, you think they take Collier?
All right. All right.
Sorry, my StreamYard crashed for me. That's what the problem was.
What crashed? Yeah.
StreamYard. Like,
I'm still
crash on me.
I am still salty about Jacob Berry following Jay Johnson to LSU, by the way. Very salty about that.
See you in Arizona one.
So I would have poo-pooed the pick if the D-backs took him. Fortunately, I don't think
really following.
Brooksley doesn't have the leverage to say Well, you can argue that Berry was the best bat on the board at this point.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of both hit and power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A DH at 6 is
old. Well, he might be an improvement over Aguilar, although Aguilar moves decently well for his size.
I mean, to be fair, Spencer, like there were questions about like Paul Goldschmidt sticking at first base. Like people are saying that he was a future DH, and he worked on it enough that he's an above average defensive first baseman. So, I mean, I don't always go when people are like, "Oh, he's going to end a DH." Like that completely discredits like the prospect's value as a person because they can't work on it depending on like how their conditioning is and other things like that.
In the case of Berry, they're going to try him at third base first, but keep in mind on a Arizona team that doesn't necessarily have a draftable third baseman, he was the DH. Well, of course, obviously he was going to take Bossier off first, but
actually, I didn't realize with the Marlins. I'm not very surprised they took Berry. He's the best fit and like the best bat available at 6, so I'm not really surprised.
I was going to say, same hit tool, better power tool than Lee, although Lee can play any infield position, in my opinion, except shortstop. If Lee could play shortstop, he'd be taken by now. The teams felt good about his ability.
Lee over Berry.
I just don't like drafting positionless bats in the top 10, but that's my opinion. We're obviously not going to worry about that anytime soon. I'm still salty over the Pavin Smith pick, by the way. Although I think he could play first base if given the opportunities. Could sell high on Walker's power.
Yeah. Pavin was a very disappointing pick, but that was a really like not a great draft to begin with.
I mean,
we discussed last time, like it was a weak draft.
It was a weak draft where there's no 1-1 candidate, and there was maybe two guys I really liked, Kyle Wright and Mackenzie Gore. Obviously went in the top 5 because it doesn't take rocket science to figure that one out. I forget who went second that year. Oh yeah, Green. Although Green's got a bit of a disappointing profile. His fastball isn't that good. It hits triple digits, but it's still hittable, kind of thing. But
who's that pitcher that was clocked at like 103? Or like that one guy.
Strider?
High school pitcher. I know he had like Tommy John surgery earlier, like a year ago. I think he's a high schooler, but it's like throwing like 100 plus.
All right, Chicago's picking.
Ben Joyce. He's a college guy.
I don't want Joyce.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't want Joyce either.
Cade Horton.
This
first.
Wow.
That's a reach.
And I didn't think Rocker was that much of a reach. Wow. In a year where the pitching is just bad, their teams are reaching for it.
Yeah, wow. That's baffling. What are the Cubs doing with that?
Like, I would have taken if I wanted the pitcher here. I take Angels will. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Horton was basically also ran that just. Okay, but Cade Horton had like this huge run in the postseason, which is why Oklahoma got to the final round. I wouldn't call this a haircut draft. I was going to say, I wouldn't call this a haircut draft. The D-backs already just kind of destroyed that notion that it was a haircut draft.
Yeah.
Now, it might have been a haircut draft if Joan goes first and the Orioles sign him for like $7 million. As I say, Horton's one of the... if you talk about helium prospects, Jackson Holiday was healing, but he did it for the whole year, and by February, he was already by the time the spring season came around, he was already in the discussion for the top 5. Whereas Cade Horton, nobody heard the guy until he went until his like amazing tournament run. He's got some really good stuff. Nothing in an ideal pitcher's body, but he also has the Tommy John surgery.
Here's my question for you. The Angels last year drafted all pitchers. Will they do that again?
I feel like it's stupid because if you dead set fix yourself on certain players that you limit opportunities to improve your team because they still need some hitting too.
Yeah.
Well, but it depends which year. If we're talking 20,
They got Trout.
obligatory high school quarterback. They're showing his football highlights. What do they think? Archie Bradley 2.0? Well, he'll end up as a reliever. That's not that special, if that's the case. All right, so here's a good question coming from the Twitch. What would you call a hypothetical lineup with Druw Jones? And we'll set some parameters here. You're not adding players from the players currently presently in the organization, and we're not going to do lineup order. We're just going to do it by position, assuming nothing happens. So, starting at catcher, who do you have in 2026? Okay, I was going to say, and assume there's no trades. I'm going to go with Adrian Del Castillo as the starting catcher in 2026.
Questions if Del Castillo will necessarily pan out as a hitter. He's been really, he's been weak. He's been really like had a poor year. I understand that like
he just has to do just enough.
Just good enough. Yeah, I'm aware, but I do have questions about his chances at succeeding next year.
I was going to say he's going to have to succeed or fail as a catcher. He doesn't have enough bat to play anywhere else. And it's not like he's got a bad body for the position either. Like I said, the bat's not good enough for him to move off the catcher. They have literally one catcher in their system, and that's Del Castillo. Then, like I said, somebody should do Carson Kelly. Maybe they extend Carson Kelly. I think that could be done. Even though there are obviously long-term questions about Kelly that Jack, if he wants to bring up in the chat. And then also he brought up the possibility of Dalton Varsho because actually I'm trying to think. Yeah, Varsho would be in his last control year in 26. So that's an option as well. You could choose Carson Kelly and pick an extension.
I could see them.
Yeah. I'm hoping Varsho learns how to call games.
I mean, that's a really good point by Jack because with the amount of good outfielders in our system, it actually does make sense to keep Varsho as like a catcher who does some part-time in other positions. I could see that. Or extending Kelly makes sense.
I think we should the D-backs should try to extend Kelly because he gives you someone that hits lefties pretty well. Well, this year notwithstanding, but career-wise, he's hit lefties very well. And not just for average, but for power. Power, discipline, everything. So even if he's relegated to a high-use backup, I still think he'd still be a useful long-term piece, even though he's... And Jack's throwing water on the extension thing. Well, it depends on how much they extend him for. Like I said, beggars can't be choosers. We're not exactly, most likely realistically, we're probably whoever's catching 2026 is not on this roster. But it's probably in the major leagues right now. And then Jose Herrera will probably still be around because there's always a need for guys like him.
Herrera's he's really great defensively. He's a good backup. I could see him.
Yeah.
I just slowly progressing over time. He's been a slow climber through the system in the first place. So, hey, he could be in a
the bat's the reason. 4 or 5 years. The bat has held him down all this time. Not his glove.
Yeah.
Like Jose Herrera definitely was the best. It's probably the best defensive catcher they've had in a long time.
I'm trying to sort.
Even better than Montero in his prime. When Montero was pretty damn good in his prime. That 2011 season, he was the best catcher in the league, in my opinion. I think he went on a streak where he just threw everybody out. That was fun to watch. It didn't even matter what jump they got. So then we go first base. We'll take Varsha for catcher. Okay, so first base in 26. Who's your guy? Again, it has to be somebody currently in the system. I'm gonna go with a wild pick here. I'm gonna pick Dominic Canzone as your everyday first baseman 2026.
That's a surprise. I like Canzone. I could see. There's really not really like a standout. Like maybe what's his name, Leandro Cedeno or
I see it as Manny Tomas 2.0. Yeah, I have De Los Santos at third, by the way, in this exercise.
I was gonna say he would be my pick.
Yeah, but if we did get a third baseman, I would definitely move him over. No. Well, you know what? I'll change my pick to De Los Santos, actually. I'll keep Josh Rojas at third.
I think it's much easier to pick your up the middle because it's like you have Lawler at shortstop and like there's all kinds of picks for
Lawler at shortstop.
Second, move over.
I guess we could still project Ketel Marte to second base, even though I think his best days defensively are done.
Bliss, Buddy Kennedy. It can't be any worse than Marte on the field, right?
Nah. I was say Bliss.
Yeah.
I can't figure out Bliss this year. I don't know what's going on with the Hillsborough lineup.
Ryan like Bliss I said, has been like at times where he's been great and he's been really hitting, and then he goes through these streaks where he cannot hit at all.
Yeah.
So
you just described the entire Hillsborough lineup, by the way.
Pretty much, they're very streaky.
Yeah, and usually all of them are on the down. But they have such good pitching. They still win a lot of games. Still good starting pitching, I should say. They probably have one of the best high A rotations. Because Carver came out of nowhere, and then who else is there? Well, actually, Carver's probably the only one that has it really has a major league future on that rotation, though, for what it's worth.
You pronounce his name. Is that where Olivier is? Or is he in Amarillo?
No, he's in Double A.
He's in Amarillo.
But he was there earlier this season. Yeah, so Brooksley, slot. Next team. So yeah, third base. If it's not De Los Santos, I'm going to pick Josh Rojas at third. With a double play combination being Bliss and Lawler.
I could see that.
I still think Bliss will figure it out way.
I'm just looking at the I'm on fan sorting by WRC plus, and the top two.
Vukovic's probably one of them.
With shortstop and second base is in terms of WRC plus is Lawler, Blaze Alexander, Jose Kerpa. Those are the only ones with WRC plus over 100. The next closest guys all have WRC pluses 66 or lower. So,
did you say Lawler?
Yeah, well, as both shortstop and second base. Starting by middle.
Oh, you're talking about the entire system.
Yeah, the entire system.
All right.
So you have Lawler with a 154 WRC plus.
Right. James is back.
Shoulders of everyone else.
All right, so we're
Blaze Alexander has been surprisingly good.
Yeah, I have Blaze Alexander on the bench, by the way. As a high usage utility infield that hits lefties. So
Rojas? If we had
with Rojas, no, you don't need a platoon Rojas though. I don't think. I think he's got enough hitting IQ to hit left. Yeah, Rojas would be another utility guy, in my opinion. I feel like a super utility. He could be left-handed hitting Ben Zobrist. He's definitely got enough. This year has proven he has enough bat to stick at this level, despite the fact he doesn't necessarily make great contact all the time. He just knows how to hit. It's just like the cliche. He just knows how to hit. By the way, recapping for you, James. So Elijah Green went 5th. Brooks Lee just selected by the Twins. And Cade Horton to the Cubs at 7. Cade Horton wasn't even on my radar at 43, for what it's worth.
No, I feel like Plastic Man on that reach.
That's like just a 2-month run, 2-month run, and a team buying into that because they were dead set on pitching.
And yet, they could have probably gotten him with their next pick.
I don't know. I don't know how these teams evaluate these. I don't know exactly what these guys are thinking. So maybe they just value him higher because they think that maybe it's perhaps under their instruction that he'll blossom. That the stuff is good. But the consistency never existed.
This is the last homegrown pitcher they developed.
Kyle Hendricks? Well, they traded for him, but he made their debut for them. I think.
I don't know.
That's like me saying
Put my
Patrick
money on that
Corbin.
if I were the Cubs.
Yeah. Yep, it looks like Kansas City has made their pick. They're clapping in the war room. But yeah. The Kate Horton pick is definitely one that kind of just popped out, obviously. And then Jacob Berry to the Marlins is the last pick that you probably missed.
Cade Horton over Dylan Lesko and Brock Porter. This makes no sense to me.
Unless they're not signable.
Yeah.
Which I doubt, because I'm pretty sure Brock Porter would sign for $5 million.
Yeah.
Hey,
I could see them. I could see that we're starting to enter unsignable territory for Lesko at this point. But
Gavin Cross to the Royals.
Gavin Cross.
Dayton did not draft his son. They'll do it with their next pick. Well, D-backs will pick again before then. But yeah. So now we have to settle in because of division rivals on the clock.
Shout out to my friend who's the Royals.
Oh yeah, we didn't
That's the
do.
only reason why I was paying attention.
Well, we don't have to explain the outfield when Jones gets here because obviously it's Carroll Thomas Jones in agreement, I would say.
Yep.
So recapping our lineup with our hypothetical Drew Jones lineup would have Dalton Varsho catcher,
maybe.
Davy Zone de los Santos at first base,
Yep.
and then Marte's DH, but Marte would be DHing.
Yep.
Second base Ryan Bliss, although he's struggling in Hillsborough right now. He's hit or miss. Yeah, I can't explain what's going on down there.
I could see Rojas. At
Nathan Castillo.
Oh yeah. But who is your third baseman in that case?
Navy Castillo has the highest WRC of any first baseman in the system. Davison de los Santos has the highest WRC plus of any third baseman.
Keep in mind, Castillo has missed half the season.
Yeah.
And he's
still young.
He's a high strikeout power guy.
An outside shot for second base might also be Buddy Kennedy.
Yeah. If he gets more consistent with the glove, I think I could see it. Although I don't know if there's enough bat to be a regular, but well, we're still too far away from figuring out what's going on at 34. Like I said, we've only had one pick. We've only had one pick that's really blown our minds. Like Rocker to me, it was a real big reach at number 3. Yeah,
that's the biggest reach.
I'm gonna take a look at where text. I'm gonna look at
big reach too.
All right, so if we go past the first round, so we go to round 1. Wow, the Rangers don't pick again until.
Remember, they signed both Semien and
Seager. So they lost some draft picks in there.
One of the
the next pick for the Rangers is 109.
No, that can't be.
Why did they pick? Why would they go with Rocker? I don't understand that.
Maybe they see him as a top of rotation pitcher. But then again, the Rangers haven't exactly developed pitchers either. You remember when they had that arm carrier system in place and all the pitchers they put in there basically blew their arms out?
Oh, yeah. The only guy that panned out was Edison Volquez, and that was after he had been traded to the Reds.
No, I'm talking like more recent than that, like the last 5 years.
Oh, more recent than that, yeah. That's what seems to happen, though.
But yeah, all the pitchers they coddled ended up blowing their arms out anyway. Like I said, it's like there's no way to predict when a pitcher's arm is going to blow out. Some guys are at higher risk than others. Like a Max Scherzer's a higher risk, but it never happened. Whereas Justin Verlander, obviously probably the best mechanic, still he had Tommy John surgery. Ultimately,
Gabriel Hughes
At 38.
yeah,
Yeah, 38.
at 38, while he's in his. Is he even declining?
Gabriel Hughes at number 10.
Yeah,
What?
that's definitely a savings pick. Because Hughes is
Better be.
Absolutely.
I was going to say Hughes is.
They have 4 picks tonight.
It is the Rockies, though.
Yeah, savings, they can do it. I was going to say, Hughes is definitely not as bad a reach as the other 2 pitcher picks, but
No.
picking 10th, I like someone that has a non-zero chance at the top of rotation arm as opposed to a guy who's almost a surefire 3-4 guy. Although, like I said, Hughes throws every pitch in the book, and he has a pretty good floor as most likely will end up in a rotation type guy. But yeah, I had him going a little bit later than he actually went, but it's pretty interesting to see these teams making these pitcher picks and making a big jump at the college arms. Oh yeah. So yeah, Mets on the clock. They have to sign this guy. They don't get a pick next year if they don't sign.
It's going to be an easy sign.
Mets will Daniel Susac. Worry about the money later. I mean, sorry, Daniel Susac and Kevin Parada, I think, goes here. They have to pick someone who will sign. Although I want Susac does have the leverage of the draft eligible sophomore. Parada really doesn't have that sophomore. And I actually, it's like if your choice has been those two, you're in a good situation. Like I said, the Mets pick 11 and 14. And between those 2 picks, they have $9 million to spend. Just between those 2 picks.
Wouldn't be surprised if Young goes then.
So maybe because they have $9 million to spend, they could get whoever they want.
Kyle Crawford. That's who they're going to take. One of these 2 picks.
We need another player's son to be drafted. Oh, by the way.
First name Kyle? I thought it was Justin.
Oh,
Yeah,
Justin.
Yeah, it's Justin.
Justin Crawford.
By the way, here's a good one. So the first 3 players are in the draft are all second generation athletes. By the way, and 4 of the first 5, because Kumar Rucker's dad was a football player.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's like when you're with those facts, it's kind of like you just feel old, even though it's like age-wise, my number still starts with a 2. Although for 1 more year. All right. By the way, yeah, D-backs hosting a Zoom meeting with Jones at 5:45. Unfortunately, I can't go. Be curious to see what goes on there. But yeah. So what is your outfield alignment with Druw Jones, Corbin Carroll, and Thomas? Go from left to right.
I'm probably putting Thomas in left, Carroll in center, depending on who's got the better arm, and then Jones in right, even though I feel bad moving Jones out of center field where he is supposedly rather amazing. He's got an absolute cannon for an arm.
Yeah. I think he's hit. What was he?
So putting him in right field eventually. I mean, he's not moving out of center until he gets to the bigs.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to know what his arm is like, he throws 91 with barely any windup. No, off the mound.
Right.
We're obviously not talking about Mason Wynn here, but it's still pretty fast. Mason Wynn or Neil Cruz. Or if we want to go with outfield arms, Rick Ankiel, Aaron Hicks. But it's still pretty good.
Kevin Parada's off the board now.
That's my guy at
You
11.
called it.
I would take him.
Parada. That's
Yeah.
who they took. Kevin Parada.
Yeah, you shouldn't have been on. In my opinion, you shouldn't have been on the board. But that's what you do with your bets. Parada will sign. Oh, it says he is not a unless he redshirted as a freshman. Parada is not a sophomore. Wait. Yeah, he was, because he was in the 2020 cycle out of high school. I take that back. But yeah. When you're picking 11, just take the bat. Don't worry about the position so much. So now Detroit is on the board.
So you are worried about position. You have Francisco it's Alvarez, right? Number 2 prospect in baseball
Yeah.
for the MLB.
So,
Like, it doesn't
Yeah, they
matter
haven't
if
rated-
Parada sticks to the catcher.
yeah. In fact, they'll probably hit the majors right around the same time. Parada's bat is almost MLB. Parada's probably got the second one of the most. Well, I was going to say after. Let's see, if we go college bats, obviously the most ready is Jacob Berry, and after Berry, you could argue Parada's second most college ready bat.
I'd have Brooks Lee as the most college-ready bat.
Well, the Twins would agree with you. So yeah, the biggest surprise so far, I think, has been the reaches on pitching. So like you said, Parada, Cross, Barry, Lee, all the bats in this draft, they were supposed to be gone by now.
I'm surprised the college bats have dropped as much as they are. Parada would go higher. I thought Brooks Lee would go higher. And the pitching is a reach, but
Pitching.
I'm a little surprised that Brooks Lee and Parada dropped as far as they did. But that's a result.
Yeah, you can thank Kumar Rocker for that. Although Jacob Berry didn't really fall. Brooks Lee fell from probably where I had him at. I am going 5th, so I don't think 5 to 8 was a big drop.
So
And then Cross went right around where he was supposed to.
I think the biggest loser so far is Collier.
Yeah, Collier not
Available.
jump. Yeah, I was gonna say either his signing bonus is a problem or teams just like other players more.
Big drop.
I don't think he's a casualty though of the pitcher reach picks because I don't think he was that great. You're talking about a corner infielder who's almost close to maxed out already. Doesn't play a premium position. Doesn't necessarily play a premium position, although he plays the toughest of the corner positions. And has a coin flip to end up at and still has coin flip odds of playing first. I don't think.
He had so much helium throughout the season. I thought he would be gone before the first 10 picks.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to be in the teens or worse.
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest issue with Parada sticking at catcher is his arm. I don't think he has problems catching the ball. I don't think he has issues receiving, but it certainly his arm's going to be a problem. And guys like Carroll would run all over him. But I definitely liked the bat that he showcased in that national showcase. He hit 3 missiles in the left center field gap in that showcase. I think one of them actually was 110 miles an hour. I don't know for sure. But I'm pretty sure he hits the ball that hard now, for sure. So now, between Brock Porter and Dylan Lesko, how many of them go to between the two, how many of them go to college? Since we're in that range where that's a possibility.
Still say 0.
I think Lesko signs because of Tommy John. Who knows with Porter? Kind of situation.
Yeah, I would say Lesko is very likely to tie. I don't know about the other.
In the next 3 picks, Porter could be wowed by money or location since he's from Michigan. But if he falls too much farther than that, he probably goes to college.
By the way,
Lesko probably has a bigger range of lasting before his signing bonus will not be met.
Druw Jones just added D-backs to his bio on Instagram.
Good man.
All right. Oh. So yeah, Druw Jones will be going on a conference call, Zoom call with the media soon. If you're going to ask him questions, don't ask him any questions related to his dad. Somebody else will do it. And someone will probably ask him about the pressures of being potentially the trying to maintain versus being the top trying to stay at the top the entire year, because we've seen examples of guys dropping because of scouting fatigue. Much further than Green fell, even. Like we saw in 2020, Pico Armstrong went from potential number 1 overall pick to 19th? Brute Squad's asking if Jones knows what a Diamondback is. I would assume he knows what they were named after snakes.
One would hope.
Yeah.
Someone should ask him if he watched the home run that Chris Young hit off the drum. Who remembers that home run? Where Chris Young just absolutely demolished a high fastball and hit it to the base of the drum at Turner Field.
I remember that.
Oh,
that was Andrew Jones's last year as a Brave, by the way.
It seems like the MLB draft tracker is getting in the slightly before Manfred announces it. That's where I've been getting them early.
A little bit earlier.
Yeah, I was messing with my headset.
Well, we're not it's okay to spoil
earlier.
picks when it's not ours.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just gonna shout out the ones that are like other picks. Obviously, you can announce the next pick for the Diamondbacks.
Actually, that wasn't a serious request, by the way, with the drum home run. Somebody will also ask him what it's like growing up in a clubhouse with a team with the winning tradition that the Braves had when Andrew Jones was there. Remember they won like 14 consecutive division titles?
They did.
Could ask him if there's
titles and 1 World Series.
4 pennants in a World Series. Unfortunately, their biggest problem is they had to deal with the Yankees during their dynasty run. Is everyone okay? I swear everyone just froze.
I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, I'm good.
I thought the stream shut down when all 3 of you were frozen on my end.
It's a glitch in reality that was in the computer.
Oh yeah, by the way, here's a good one. If you guys can't remember, if you had one question to ask Druw Jones, what would it be? And you could ask him about anything. I'm just curious to see what your thought process is here.
Ask Jack, but like, which outfield position does he like want to play? Like, does he want to be a center fielder? Does he like to be in right or left? Or like, what outfield position does Druw Jones want to play in the long run? What would make him,
if the answer is in center field, there's a problem.
Yeah.
The answer is, like I said, the answer is in center field. There's a problem because that's the only he's played in the outfield. Because nobody's, unless they had a really good center fielder there too, there's no reason to move him off. And I don't think Wesleyan High School has another top whatever pick. Although I'm sure they have a pretty nice baseball program.
In Arizona. He's got a couple years before he gets there, but as far as I know, he's probably only been there for baseball things. So
yeah, there's quite a bit of variance.
Something like now that he's going to be spending time with major league clubs and so forth, who would he most like to meet now that he's part of this elite fraternity? You know.
Ooh, that's a good one. You should send him that. We should send him that question.
Druw Jones might have been in Arizona in 2008 when he was with actually like
When Dad was playing for the Dodgers.
The Dodgers or the White Sox in
No, Dodgers.
So
Dodgers.
one of those 2 years.
2008, we're talking Dodgers.
Yeah. But I'm saying that was the Dodgers. He did play for the White Sox 2 years later.
But here's the $1 million question. Did his family move from Georgia when that happened?
Probably
That was $1 million.
He would have been 10, so 8 or 10. So I would think that he would be traveling with his dad to spring training.
Lopez, that's only a valid question for Tamar Johnson, who is now a Pittsburgh Pirate. These are questions for Drew Jones, not Mike Hazen. Up, JC Young goes to the Detroit. Like I said, I think Young also was another guy who fell because where you play him.
It's using with a whimper.
I was also secretly hoping that Texas would draft him so they could have a young infield. Have Josh at third and then have Jace at first.
First or second.
Get Simeon for second, though.
I will be right back.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
All right. All right. They're showing him at second base. I think he ends up either there or first. But obviously, you're not worried about his position.
He's another potential early DH, but given their lineup, if they're serious about all of them being on the same field, that's not going to happen. They're going to need that DH spot for Simeon or Seager.
Here's a good question. If you were building a lineup to cut the maximize defensive potential, what type of player would you take on the infield? Would you? Well, actually, no. The infield plays the same no matter where you play. For the outfield, I should say.
Shortstops. Are we saying one type of player for all three positions?
Not necessarily. No, you're looking for a single. Let's just identify a single trait.
All right, for center, I want speed.
Well, you want speed for every center fielder.
Well, I mean, like speed over anything. If I can only have one tool for a center fielder, I'd want arm strength. I want a cannon for right. I don't know. I guess speed for left too.
So yeah, you would certainly need rangy outfielders to play at Chase Field. For sure.
The NL West needs rangy outfielders. You've got Chase.
We got a lot of those.
You've got Coors. You've got the outfield in San Francisco. I mean,
that's a question.
Outfield.
Oh, you just made me think of a good question to ask.
Here to share?
Oh, I was gonna say the rangy outfield. They're big outfielders in the NL West. Ask them like the champ. Yeah, the NL West. All right, so yeah, playing in a big outfield because obviously every NL West park has a big outfield. I think the smallest one's probably the Padres, because like I said, if you were going to build an outfield defense, you want rangy outfielders. You prioritize arm strength in right field. Center field, you obviously want guys who can
guys with great,
really good first step and can move back. They can move well in any direction. So it's like guys that can range backwards is probably even more important in center than it is in left and right. Because if the ball gets by you in the corners, it's a double. And if he gets by you in center field, Chase Field, it's an easy triple. If you got any sort of speed in the ball, it's not almost. By the way, the Angels did not draft a pitcher.
It's only been a couple years.
Oh, Nato.
Yeah. So Zach Neto goes to the Angels.
Feels like a perfectly fine pick. Right where
Yeah.
you should
Yeah.
have gone.
Yeah. This is right about where he should have gone. Usually college guys go higher than they're projected because they're obviously college guys are signable. Like I said, that's why I've been that's why I didn't put too much work into the Wisenhunt, Hurpe, those guys. Although Wisenhunt could be available at 34 because of the PED suspension.
Just what you want. I would gladly take him, but not the best way to go into the draft.
So,
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to give you a few more minutes while I run one
Yeah.
more little
yeah.
household chore here in between.
Yeah,
And,
as I say, it's 5:30. It's getting close to dinner time here in Arizona. But yeah, the D-backs have posted the button pressing thing, and then
yeah.
it's like post Drew Jones, post win graphic. Oh, yeah, and then it's like, why not just post both? So now Zach Buchanan tweet, since the D-backs would have been thrilled with either Holiday or Jones. So it sounded like Holiday was the not Jones plan.
I can see that. That makes sense. I would have liked Johnson, but I can understand why the team would want Holiday instead.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, at least the nice thing about Jones is you get a guy that you can probably, if he pans out, you have a superstar talent. So it's like, especially your suck, it ended up being worth it long term. So that's the nice thing about this draft. I'm not going to worry about the other two picks.
Yeah, I mean, they were cool to think about if you took a haircut with number 2, but I wouldn't have wanted a haircut with number 2. You got to take your talent.
It's all about, I was just say, it's all about talent, and developing that talent is the key. I think that savings only matters when it's close, although I'll be curious to see what Holiday signs for. Obviously, Jones is going to command the largest signing bonus, but any D-backs draft player in the slot era. Yeah. Or if you want to say all-time, Bauer's number is 7.3 million. He'll beat that too, most likely.
Easily. I'd be shocked if he takes less than 8.1. Like,
Yeah.
just give him all of it. It's not like we're going to save that money and give it to somebody else in a meaningful way.
Yeah, so I think Holiday is going to go probably a little under slot. I think Druw Jones will probably be the highest bonus that we find in the slotting era. I was kind of listening.
Not the highest bonus the slotting era is what Torkelson got 2 years ago.
Oh, I mean, for the Diamondbacks, it'll be the highest that they've ever.
Yeah, easily. It might be just outright because Bauer's number 1 overall at 7.3 million, and Lawler's number 1 in the slot era for 6.7.
Oh, he'll beat Lawler for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we already said that he's a better prospect than Lawler, and Lawler's and that's even with the knowledge that Lawler crushed low A. And then when he didn't hit home runs, he turned it into his own playground. They're running wild down there in Visalia.
Did you already mention Zach Nato at 13?
Yeah. Zach Nato at 14?
They did not draft a pitcher. So
yeah. That's what I said when I saw the pick.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you got to swing the bats, too.
My dog wants to say hi.
Give him a Drew Jones jersey.
Yes, oh, Missy's annoying and she doesn't like clothes. She takes them off as soon as you do. Yes, girl.
All right.
Okay, all the other dogs
Jones is
jealous now.
gonna get a Serpientes Jones jersey. That was great.
Well, he does look good in that color.
Yeah.
It would be the same colors as high school I think his road high school uniforms. Oh, it looks like D-backs already recorded the minute that they called.
All my dogs are hungry. I'll be back.
All right. Sure, dogs are fed. All right. So yeah, it looks like they have it. D-backs tweeted the moment they called.
Share.
So yeah, that was. Oh yeah, I'm looking back at a tweet that talks about Vegas odds. Man, that's the first time I've seen Vegas completely blow it on anything sports related. I guess the latest is definitely Vegas proof.
Or there was some very, very fundamental flaw in what they were calculating.
Nobody knew, really.
Yeah.
So we'll look at. I think 14 is the Mets. I think the Mets. Actually, no problem. Won't sign from. Oh. The Jets, Jet Williams to the Mets. Jet the Met.
Feels a little bit like a reach, but
No,
yeah.
I don't think so.
Really? I saw him going as late as Cleveland. Oh, which is only 2 picks later. Never mind. I got lost.
Jet Williams was around 15 on the rankings. I don't think there's been a single position player that's been a reach in this draft class, but that's because it's a really good position player draft.
Yeah. But that said, I don't think I would have taken any of those pitchers in the first 14.
Yeah, looking at Jet Williams, he's well built for 5'8". Although it depends on he's a guy that obviously has center field and his secondary position might be center field because his best tool is speed. But hey, they can call him Jet the Met now.
Good for them. I hope that brings lots of money to the organization. They obviously need it.
Well, they have new ownership, and Steve Cohen's Steve Cohen's is more likely to write a blank check. So yeah, expect the Mets to be powerhouse spenders.
Apparently, Heyman says that Jackson Holliday is getting over $8 million from the Orioles.
Well, there goes the haircut theory.
Yeah, wow. Where was he committed? What college was he supposed to
Oklahoma State, go play for Uncle. So
maybe he did have a really
I thought the idea that Baltimore was going to do Baltimore, assuming that Baltimore was going to make a haircut pick was ludicrous to begin with. I think there's less theory behind that. It's just the Kerstad pick's the only one that really. The Kerstad pick's really the only one, and that you could say was definitely savings in mind pick because even though Colton Cowser signed for well below slot, he wasn't that. He didn't get drafted that much higher than he would have anyway. If the Orioles had passed on him, because Cowser would have possibly gone as early as Kansas City.
I think passing on Lawler though is what makes the Cowser win look like a haircut pick.
Yeah, passing on Lawler. But you could argue that it would have been better to sign Cowser for less than $5 million and sign Lawler for 6.7 and give yourself more flexibility in the draft. Because Cowser's not a bad prospect himself. He'll be a top 100 guy next year if he's not already there.
He's having a great season.
Yeah. Sorry. Although I certainly wouldn't take him over Lawler.
No way. Very happy to get Lawler and Jones in back-to-back years.
Yeah. It's like Lawler, Jones, and then yeah, I was going to say under Hazen, really the only two disappointing first-round picks are going to be Jarvis, and I can't figure out Jarvis at all. I don't know. It's just weird. With a guy with the solid middle rotation stuff and good pitchability just doesn't fall flat like that. Is the weird thing.
Oh, Jarvis?
Yeah. No, his career's an enigma.
he's been a disappointment to say the least.
You can't. Yeah, he's not even putting together. It's not even like in a Walston case where the numbers are bad, but it's the case of two good, one good outing, one mediocre outing, and then getting lit up kind of situation with.
Yeah.
Even Walston will show you the talent. Look, Jarvis is just consistently ick. Each start is the problem. So that's
maybe
the
it's a confirmation bias, but it's just like every time I see a start, he's been extremely mediocre at best.
At best. It's not confirmation bias. I can pull up his game log.
Yeah.
I know he had 1 strikeout game.
That was the one good game I saw.
And it was like, and in the case of Jarvis, it's like he needs to be on he needs to be absolutely on to be effective down there. Whereas I thought Ciccone was going to take, Jets a Met.
That's a great. I think the Mets should be happy with their 2 picks there. I mean, they kind of obviously reached on. Well, Parada kind of dropped a little bit.
Reach for who?
I mean,
reach for who? Parada fell right into their laps, and then Williams went right around where he's supposed to go.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just like Williams is a little higher than I expected, but.
I mean, you're talking about someone at the mid-teens ranking, going 14.
Yeah. Considering that they have to sign Parada, that makes sense for them to.
Yeah, just offer slot to both guys, and they're golden.
Yeah.
Or Parada maybe gives you a little bit, and you put it on Williams to ensure he doesn't go to Mississippi State. Although playing for the Mets certainly is a good way to get around that.
Signability issues yet?
I don't think we had. Oh yeah, speaking of signability issues, Brock Porter.
I think
that's definitely one.
So yeah, now we're at Padres are the last team on the board that have 4 million slot, about 4 million slot value for their first round pick. So now we'll get to see some of we'll see what happens to the high school arms, and obviously a pipe dream if Connor Prillip, who was considered after his freshman year to be one of the top players in this draft class, but then Tommy John surgery wiped out his sophomore season. I think that'd be a good high upside play if that were to unfold. It's like
sign though, 2.2?
Because he's I don't think signability would be an issue. What is he gonna do? Well, actually, he does have some leverage. It's like he could come back, pitch well, and he'd still be a top 20 pick.
Yeah.
There is some downside to that one. So we have to consider that in mind. And I don't think they can really do another player that's more than 3 million. They can probably make 3 million work. You just basically punt the 43rd pick if you do that. If you manage to sign him there. We're still 20 picks away.
Yeah.
I do have a question. Do either of you guys know? It's not going to happen this year, obviously, but if one of those top 6 guys doesn't sign, how does that work for next year with the lottery? Does the team just get a better likelihood of one of those picks again, or is it guaranteed? Or do they get the 7th?
I would think it's guaranteed. So let's say the Nationals are unable to sign Elijah Green. They would get the 6th overall pick next year, and then the lottery picks would be 1 through 5, and then 7, I think. Or maybe the Nationals get the first pick after the lottery, so they get 7.
It might be that.
Yeah.
But
anywhere,
I don't think they'd punt. I don't know. I don't think Washington's intending to punt that pick though. Not like not potential Matt McLean situation kind of thing. Because that's $6 million. That's $6.5 million you can't spend. And you can certainly pay an $8 million signing bonus for Elijah Green. Of course, you're going to have trouble with the rest of your draft, but you're going to have to punt about 5 picks to do it, but it's doable.
If they're serious about wanting to trade Soto, though, they can recoup that value in one fell swoop. Start their rebuild with one excellent draft pick and quality. Dylan
Lesko to the Padres. So it's like A lot of mocks had them taking Lesko, by the way. So this isn't a surprise to me. So first high school arm is.
By the pick.
Yep. By the way, the state of Georgia is dominating the draft. 1, 2, 3, 4 players out of Georgia. Isn't Rock from Georgia? So that'd be 5.
Oh, I can't remember.
Well, I know his dad played for the Saints, so it had to be the Southeast.
Yeah, George. He was born in Georgia, so.
Yeah. Although Vanderbilt's obviously Tennessee, but he didn't play for them.
And then Vanderbilt, yeah. So yeah, he's from Georgia. Went to Vandy.
You think all 30 teams sent scouts to his starts in the independent leagues?
I don't think the Mets did.
Well,
Yeah.
29 teams.
Yeah, that's good. You bring up a good point there.
I would think that, like, I mean, I could see like the Rockies, like, not, because like who knows, like the Rockies are like the space cadet of the NL West that has like no one knows what they're doing. They're not even paying
Actually, it
attention.
wouldn't be a bad
Are they
fit
mad?
for the Rockies.
I could see it. Is any pitcher a good fit for the Rockies though?
Guys that can throw good fastballs are a good fit.
No, I don't think like as many as.
I mean,
29
you're
that's
pitching
like
at that
maybe-
altitude. If you have a bad fastball, you don't stand a chance. Because
I
your
think
breaking stuff will not break.
Porter's what the team did.
Yeah, I think Porter goes to Cleveland.
Out.
There's a meme going around that Cleveland loves young pitchers.
Wondering if they're going to go with Porter, Berea, or Snelling. Seems like they have to take one of those three.
It'll be
Let's
interesting
go.
to see if any of those guys fall. Yeah, the Padres.
Yeah, let's go with Padres. Who
Yeah.
else are you playing again?
Oh, we're talking about first one we're talking about is Brock Porter, who
Brock
many
Porter.
had higher than Lesko. Although I disagree with it. I had Lesko on my list at the preseason for 2.
Yeah, I remember that.
I didn't even bat an eyelash. I didn't know who Brock Porter was until Lesko had already fallen, and at that point it was all about bats. So then, yeah, I would be. It's like if Cleveland is on brand, they will take Brock Porter 16th overall and sign him. Although I don't know how old Porter is. I can look that up though. Okay. Oh, he's 19. They don't want him. The meme is they like 17-year-old pitchers. That means Walter Ford is in danger of being a guardian. And by the way, Ford doesn't turn 18 until almost Christmas.
He's super young.
That's just nuts to me. Handing a 17-year-old like $4
Millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars. You're like, here, dude, hope this
18.
works out. Right?
Yeah. Hey, Walter Ford could be a D-back. They still have the muscle to sign him. I don't think he's going to command $4 million. But then you'd have to punt 43 if you do that. If he does have a price tag of $4 million.
I'm okay with that for Ford.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like they're going to take based on where the board looks like right now, I think very likely with their second pick. There's a lot of college pitchers in that range, and a lot of them are injured, and we're talking Tommy John type injuries, recovering or just had the surgery. So guys that probably won't much of a workload until it's next year at the earliest.
Makes sense.
But
Anyways.
obviously, I am praying that somehow Peyton Pallett does not make it to the Dodgers. Be Walker Buehler 2.0 if that happens. That's my gut feeling. It's like, D-backs, you can do it. Stop them from doing so. It's not like he has to leverage the man more than slot.
There's a lot of teams that I think would stop that. I could see the Cardinals taking him. I could see the Astros taking him.
Yeah. If you're a Cardinals fan, they take a pitcher, actually no, the Cardinals pitching hasn't been that good this year. It's been Wainwright and Mikolas, and then the rest of their rotation is being held together by duct tape.
Yeah. Matt's signing is
DeLauer.
Chase DeLauer?
Chase Lowry, yeah.
Cleveland didn't draft a high school player. That is off-brand for them.
Philly's on the board
Makes
now.
sense. So they never have had very good outfield development. So
Yeah, Bradley Zimmer says hello.
Yeah.
I was to say, although let's just say this: DeLauder has way better tools than Zimmer. And I actually watched Zimmer in his draft year. I was not impressed. Granted, I didn't know he was even a first-round pick until they took him. This is 2013, by the way, if we're talking about Zimmer. Because they were playing U of A that year. And U of A was trying to defend their title that season, and they fell flat in their face. They didn't even make the tournament. But they were one of the first teams. They were one of the last teams out.
Now Jackson Fraser, right? Wasn't he a Cleveland player first?
I have no idea.
He was part of the Andrew Miller trade.
I mean, if he was part of the Andrew Miller trade, and we've not heard of him, then he obviously didn't pan out.
Well, Clint Fraser from the Yankees, the guy with all the...
Oh, Clint Fraser.
Yeah,
yeah, he was a disappointment. Yeah, he was drafted by Cleveland, and they traded him, and then he kind of disappointed New York. I remember some people that were thinking that they should trade Robbie Rafe from when this was before Rafe bottomed out with the D-backs for him 1-for-1. And although in hindsight we should have. In hindsight, maybe they should have, but that's obviously a different story for a different day. All right. So yeah, I like to jokingly refer to the Philadelphia as the Philadelphia Bryce Harper since that contract, but he's not there, so we'll have to call him the Philadelphia Kyle Schwarbers.
Castellanos?
You're right. Well, it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. The Philadelphia Castellanos. Yeah, we talk about the Angels spending bad money. It's like your entire offseason is basically 2 glove challenged outfielders.
Yeah.
You can't play Schwarber, and you can't play, and your right fielder has to DH. Justin Crawford. He is automatically their best defensive outfielder.
Call him up.
Yeah, so there we go. Another second generation athlete.
The last
right
one
there
for the draft? Oh no, Collier's still on the board.
The last, yeah, Collier's still there, but he might not go at all.
Yeah, there's got to be something with that. Wonder
how give him a call at 40. Give him a call at 34. Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I'd be ecstatic to get Jones and Collier.
I think I would give Mike Hazen a contract. I would give. Oh, actually, I would demand that they not fire him because at least he can define talent. Developing it is a different story, but he hasn't failed in that department yet.
He's had a rough go with the first.
His first draft isn't considered a failure, in my opinion, even though Smith hasn't really done anything yet.
I just mean Smith in general.
Yeah, it's just
everything if you draft after Smith is pretty good.
I would say switch Varsho and Smith, and the narrative's so much better.
Oh yeah,
because they both signed for slot.
Yeah, I have no problem.
So we can assume that. So yeah, if you switch, if a D-backs fan has a problem with this draft, I question if they're actually a fan.
I just meant back to 2017 on.
Yeah, 2017
don't look great, but okay.
I was gonna say Jarvis was a haircut pick.
Yeah.
On a helium guy, more so helium than Holiday.
Yeah, it's a wish and a hope that command was gonna stick.
Yeah, I don't get how a guy who had great command in college just can't throw strikes. Well, walks a lot of guys in the minors.
It's very strange.
His strike ratio is not horrible. It's like 60%. Most of his starts. Yeah, what's to say?
You think by the time he makes it to Reno, he's a reliever? Or do we give him every chance possible to keep as a starter?
If he ends up as a reliever in Reno, he would have to fail 3 years in a row in Amarillo. So what do you think, Wes?
Be a possibility.
This is year 1.
Who's this?
We're talking about Bryce Jarvis.
Yeah,
It's like we're talking about the possibility.
being a reliever. They're going to give
You
him
were-
a chance to serve for at least another 2-3 years.
I said he had to fail in Amarillo 3 years in a row before they consider him a reliever.
Yeah, I agree.
But like I said, it's his 40-man year is next year, by the way. So he's
After
got
next season?
after next season,
Okay.
and he will be added to the roster. Ciccone will be on the MLB rotation before they have to add him. Like
Hey,
so.
no one. Yeah, my opinion. It's like my opinion on Jarvis and Ciccone are completely opposite of what's actually happened. When they took him was completely opposite of what's actually happened.
Yeah,
Jarvis?
I'm very like flipped on the two between Ciccone and Jarvis. I have a much higher opinion on Ciccone now than I do Jarvis. Like I'm totally flip flop.
His injury history just worries me. Ciccone can't stay
So,
healthy.
Well, elbow issue last year. I don't know what happened this year, but it was 2 weeks, so we'll forgive that injury.
Yeah.
Also, that's arm injuries last year. This year, minor injury. The pitcher misses
Isn't-
3-4 starts. We just overlook it.
He probably had like forearm soreness or something like really minor, calf strain.
Sore arm
2 weeks
sin-
strain.
Yeah, it's West Texas is similar climate to here. It'd be similar climate to Tucson and Amarillo.
It's more humid. It's more humid in Amarillo by far. It gets
Yeah, and it's probably 10
hotter
degrees
and
cooler.
Much more humid. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I would imagine like that wipes you out pitching in the Texas heat. I do not envy that at all. Maybe a little bit for different reasons. Okay, there's Justin Crawford at 17.
Yep, he's already their best. I already joked that he was their best defensive outfielder.
He might be their only outfielder.
Only capable outfielder. Well, obviously, if he's got similar skills to his dad, he's like 10 times better defender than who they're playing in center field today. Although, if I remember correctly, Carl Crawford was one of those guys that ended up not playing center field for some reason, despite having plus speed. So speed's not always a good indication in defense. Yeah,
Pretty sure he played
He was a
center
left
with
fielder.
the Rays.
not
Really?
maybe early, but he ended up on the left because of Upton. He never stuck in center field for a significant amount of time.
Oh, yeah, BJ. I thought BJ
Yeah, BJ.
started as an infielder.
Yeah, just like Justin. Although Justin switched to outfield was immediate after it took a year to sign him.
Yeah, BJ switched in the majors,
08 season. 08 season
looking up
when he became a full-time outfielder.
over. Okay, so he was playing center field. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
The
most of
majority
Crawford's
time he
games
was
center field were up to.
left or center. I'm gonna look up that team because I have no idea who he was playing with.
I can pull up my MLB 05 game and see where he is listed, what position.
Oh, I've got Fangraphs open right now.
All right,
And
so,
VRAP,
yeah.
so
I think at this point the story of the draft is where the high school is looking at some of the high school guys that haven't been taken yet.
they had Rocco Baldelli as a center fielder.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Rocco Baldelli was one of those guys that was going to be very good, and just his career ended in a very bizarre way. Now he's winning games as the Twins manager.
Yeah.
Like he had all the tools, baseball IQ was there. It's just his body just broke in a bizarre way, and he stopped and he couldn't anymore. I don't even think it was an injury that did him in either. I think it was some weird medical condition. Let me take a look. Yeah, Baldelli, despite his career just completely ending at the snap of a finger, still put up 10 WAR. That's how good he was. Going to be.
He's manager now, right? Or did he just get fired?
Huh? No, he's still there.
Is he still there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's signing a contract extension after this season. Twins seem primed to win that division. Although they're not going to go anywhere with their current roster constructed. They need some pitching.
Go anywhere. They're the Twins. They can't win a postseason series.
Twins haven't won a postseason. Haven't won a World Series in my lifetime. That's just cherry picking because they won a year and a half before I was born. Two seasons before I was born. I think he knows. He's got to unmute his own mic. I can't do it for him.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I can do yours.
I was gonna say, I became a fan of the Diamondbacks like in the NLDS of 01, and I just kind of had a hunch they were gonna win the World Series, and they did. So.
Yeah, because you have RJ. If you can get RJ, was one of those guys. If you get past RJ's postseason career is such a false narrative because you have one bad start and your team's eliminated.
Yeah. Well, I say actually it was great counsel. Of all the things, it was great counsel. Because my only other memory of a baseball player was
Craig Counsell was a manager playing
in '97 with the Marlins in that winning World Series. I think he was like the winning run, or he like knocked.
Counsell played the game like a manager.
Yeah, and then I saw Counsell and then Randy, and you know
that was his only way of surviving. Counsell had to play the game like a manager would. Because he didn't really have anything special other than his glove was pretty good. And could play multiple positions. The best utility infield in D-backs history. And now he's doing some pretty nice things with the Brewers.
I take Counsell as my manager any day. I love Torrey.
Yeah,
give me Counsell.
Unfortunately, the team that employs him has zero interest in letting him go anytime soon. And besides, I think Counsell's already got his dream job.
He probably
the team he played for the most, right?
He
Keep in mind it counts
in the Milwaukee area.
Yeah, 4 times chose to sign with them. I might add. Of course, the other, and then I think the second time Counsell came back was a trade, right? Obviously, when Counsell signed with D-backs the first time, it was because he flamed out and had to sign a minor league deal.
So Cincinnati just picked Cam Collier.
Well, I guess he's signable, or they're punting the pick. I don't know what they're doing. Either he's signable or they're punting the pick into next year.
They have a couple picks though for losing Castellanos and.
You're right.
Who's the other one? They could hunt one of those later ones.
No, Castellanos is the only compensation pick they have.
Okay.
The other one's Story.
Oh yeah.
Counsell re-signed with the Diamondbacks as a free agent.
2004 after the 2004 season.
Yeah, so he would trade to the Brewers and he came back in 06 and 07. Yeah.
Was Counsell part of the Richie Sexton trade?
Yeah.
Dumb. You trade your second manager. There's a reason. Well, when Craig Counsell could play, there was a reason why he played on winning teams. In my opinion, the D-backs 25th anniversary sure should have Counsell's name on it. Oh wait, no. That means I would be taking Orlando Hudson off there. It should be Orlando Hudson. Never mind.
Yeah, I'd keep O-Dog on there. He was always my favorite.
The fan base does. This is the problem with the shirt, and I'm going to say this once again. Vast majority of people that voted for that poll don't even know who Stephen Druw is.
Yeah,
I can understand voting for Jay Bell. One of the most viral moments in the franchise. Actually, in Jay Bell's case, one of the most viral moments in the franchise history. And of course, Womack. If you ever watched that Foolish Baseball video, arguably the second most clutch hit in the history of the game.
Are you talking about his postseason one?
The Game 7 hit.
Yeah, the Game 7 one.
It had the second highest championship win probability added in MLB history. Second one was a 3-run homer by Hal Smith in the Game 7 of the 1960 World Series that gave Pittsburgh a lead.
Okay.
But nobody talks about that home run. Nobody even knew about that home run probably until the Foolish Baseball video.
Yeah,
it was hilarious.
Womack for his Grand Slam around Father's Day, of course.
Yeah, when Womack did stuff, he did some pretty epic stuff.
Yeah, he could run.
That's probably why I was on the shirt, even though I say at the time Druw was the best shortstop. In my opinion, if you asked me in 25 years, I'd put Nick Ahmed over Steven Druw. But,
Really?
Nope. Nobody's going to remember the Gold Gloves. Although they might remember him there because he might still be on the team for the 25th anniversary next year. I wonder if they're going to do a thing for that.
Hope they do. If nothing else, just bring the purple back into the rotation of uniforms for that season. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it would make sense.
Yeah. I think they started bringing the purple. Well, actually, no. They used to have a day where they wore the throwbacks.
Yeah, Throwback Thursday home games. They'd wear
Yep.
purple every week. They don't do that anymore.
Trying to sell the jerseys. I'm probably one of the few. I'm probably going to get killed for this, but I'm actually not a fan of this. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the City Connect jerseys, although I do like the fact it has an Arizona. My favorite thing about the jerseys is it's got an Arizona flag on the right shoulder.
I like the triangle snake logo. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
It's a nice, interesting look for us. I wish they'd gone a little bit more outlandish, even if it looked crazy, like something green for cacti, or like just something crazy, like
which uniforms?
Sand, really?
Well, we already had that. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, we were talking about the City Connect jerseys. I think they're. I said I was going to kill for them, but I think the City Connect jerseys are very overrated. But I do like the fact.
I'm with Spencer that they should have more outrageous jerseys that are like really bold. At least, I mean, I like something really tacky and like.
I think they were afraid of doing that after.
Well, come on! They brought back the mustard brown, like the mustard yellow and brown Padres jersey. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? Come on, they can experiment.
I would say the Padres won in those colors, so yeah. It's like bring back the purple pinstripes. We wanted those. I'm sure the Yankees will sue. That was the phase where the D-backs were trying to be the Yankees, and then fulfilled the prophecy by being the Yankees.
I miss the deep gray away jerseys. I think this is the best away jersey we've ever had.
Yeah, that jersey is a relic.
Futuristic spacemen or space trash men or whatever, but like I think this was unique and I like
future space trash men. You should pitch that idea to Houston.
You kind of already have it.
I just realized how funny that joke is. Because. Oh yeah, I am a fan of the Houston City Connect jerseys, by the way. I love them. That's my favorite one. Like if you do the space. Oh yeah, isn't there? And I think their AA affiliate is called the Trash Pandas.
I think it's their AAA affiliate. Or no, that's a AA because it's
AA. Their AAA affiliate Sugarland. Their Aces already won that series.
Yeah, it's the Rockets. Yeah, it's the AA. It's the Rocket City Trash Pandas.
Susak just went to the A's, by the way.
Best player on the board.
All right.
Susak won't catch, but he'll hit.
Also, Wes, I missed what you said, but I like the Colorado jerseys. I think that's very unique.
Yeah.
Looks like on a person,
I love
but
those.
I like the style.
It looks like their license.
But I like them.
It looks like their license plates. Yeah, and it's a good-looking license plate, and it looks good on. And it looks good as a shirt. If I was a Rockies fan, I'd buy that jersey.
Oh, easily.
There isn't. I'm already saving my next jersey purchase for Corbin Carroll. Gotta support the half white, half Asian kid. As a half white, half Asian guy.
I like it.
I've only
Not
had a red
Asian,
like just a bland, like no team player jersey, like when the.
Oh, I didn't buy the Joe Mantiply All-Star jersey yet. This is a joke that Wes knows.
This year.
That's obscure. You should get that.
That's the reason why I considered it in the first place.
It's obscure because in 10 years or 15 years, people are going to say,
who the F is Joe Mantiply? I mean, heck. Well, actually, Joe Mantiply had a good... No, Joe Mantiply gave up a run today. No, run was Kelly, I think. What is it about Merrill Kelly and Sundays, by the way? For whatever reason, Merrill Kelly pitches like goes God mode on Sundays. Maybe it's the fact he's facing B lineups.
I mean, maybe.
Again, lesser lineups he mows through easily, although he's doing pretty good against their best lineups, opposing teams' best lineups anyway. I was gonna say, I personally,
Padres B lineup is still pretty good.
I personally think that Merrill Kelly was more deserving of an All-Star than Joe Mantiply, but that's my opinion. It's like, because when Zach Gallen was losing his All-Star spot, Merrill Kelly was pitching great. Although, I'll look it up his numbers, but I think he's going to break his FIP numbers by a margin compared to the rest of his career. Yeah. 3.33, and that, although the XFIP isn't going anywhere. So maybe we expect regression next year. But even if he regresses to that number, it's still worth the contract.
I love Merrill Kelly. I hope he's...
He's going to be easy. I don't think he will.
I don't either. He's already too old.
He's not going to break the bank for you. He's not going to break the bank, and it's a good story. And let's be honest, this team needs something like that.
Especially if we get rid of Peralta.
Yeah, I think Peralta's career in Arizona has run its course. Personally,
it has, but he's the story.
Somebody has to go to get Corbin Carroll in this outfield.
Yeah, and thank you, Peralta. I have loved watching you play for the last 6, 8
It's one of the best comeback stories in the history of the game. I wonder how much the signing bonus he would have gotten if they knew how good a hitter he was when he was 16. How much potential he had as a hitter.
Yeah. He was signed by St. Louis as a pitcher.
Turns out he's a more talented hitter. Well, if arm injuries didn't do him in, he would have probably succeeded as a pitcher.
Yeah.
Although the arm injuries ensured he had a better career in a weird way. It's like when Rick Ankiel forgot how to throw a baseball, he became an outfielder.
I don't know. If he'd stuck with St. Louis, that devil magic would have gotten him, and who knows, he'd probably be a Hall of Famer.
I don't know. The Cardinals haven't necessarily been great at developing players of late, although we'll see what their best... I don't know who their best prospect is. It could be that wing guy. It could be Wynn.
Jordan Walker.
Obviously.
Third baseman.
Oh, yeah, Jordan Walker. I'm having nostalgia. I watched both of them. Perfect Game Showcase. I think they're having another event at Chase Field in August. I'll see if I'm able to go. I will.
Yeah, I mean,
Walkers are.
You haven't had the best
prospects.
luck with pitchers.
Yeah. Walker's actually a legit good prospect. Prospect. He's the reason why Nolan Gorman has been moved off third.
In addition to Nolan Arenado.
Oh. What are they going to do with Walker if they keep Arenado and Goldschmidt? Although Goldie's contract ends in 2 seasons?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be maybe they should sign him back. D-backs should sign him back.
That would be a nice little,
that would earn...
Sign Goldie as a...
I think Goldschmidt will be fine until he's about 40. Send him to a 3-year contract. He retires as a D-back and probably placate the fan base somewhat. It's not like there's a first baseman screaming up the... Well, actually, De Los Santos might be screaming up the minors at that point.
But if he can stick at third, then it works out perfectly.
Yeah. And if not, I guess he's DHing.
Yeah.
Although by then, maybe Goldschmidt can't... Yeah. If you don't break the bank, nice way to end it. But I don't think that happens.
He strikes me as the kind of guy who just says, I'm done. Like a Posey. I've done my course, and I'm finished.
Yeah, his retirement's going to be more low-key than Posey's. Yeah, and Posey's just like,
for sure.
Yeah, I'm done. After his last game, it's like, yeah, I'm done. By the way, this is a good question.
I was going to, before you say
Go ahead. This is more important.
The Braves traded for the Royals compensation pick, and I've heard that they may use that money to go over slot with their pick at 20.
Yeah, you don't do that move if you don't have a move in mind. Brock Porter would be a great pick for them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Or Schultz, if they completely punt that 35th pick. Could just squeak him into $5 million.
I always thought the reason D-backs had a leg up on Schultz is because they have RJ. But obviously, RJ's not going to swing someone's decision to sign that much. But certainly, if the D-backs end up with Schultz, then it could happen in 3 years. But certainly the first call from the organization will be RJ. After the GM will be RJ.
Yeah. I guess they could go for Ford too. I don't know what his signing bonus would be.
I mean, we talked about it in the preview, but usually when a guy reclassifies for a draft class a year ahead, he wants to sign.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what James said.
Would
I
make
think
sense.
I think the D-backs do have enough financial muscle to sign him, and they wouldn't completely cripple their draft to do so. Because let's say Druw Jones signs for slot, and you still got $7 million to play with. Well, a little less because obviously Kendrick's not going to pay any overages. But nobody's going to haggle for a few $1,000s.
The Braves took Owen Murphy.
Who? Can you say that again?
Owen Murphy. Owen
Murphy.
He was 48 on Pipeline.
Oh,
So
yeah.
real
the,
leave there.
the Riverside.
Must be a pitcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pitcher.
Illinois prep pitcher.
Is he from the Atlanta area?
No, he's from Illinois.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's got my birthday.
So Zach Gallen has my birthday.
I'd rather have Zach Gallen as my birthday buddy.
I have
Who knows? Maybe Owen Murphy.
Zach Gallen and I share Tom Brady. I'm 2 years older than Zach Gallen, despite the fact Gallen's the one that looks 28, not me.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about how much older than Murphy I am.
Yeah, I think the number starts with the 1.
Thankfully, the second number is a 0. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
God, I think I'm like 15, 16 years older than some of these guys. So
Yeah,
I'm getting up there now.
let's think about it. I remember when Andrew Jones played for the Braves, and his
Ew.
son is now on the team in the organization.
I remember when Andrew Jones was called up.
He was a skinny 19-year-old phenom.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that describes his son right now.
That's
Well,
my one
he'll be
concern
19.
with him is that he's going to age like his father.
Well, if you're going to draft someone, an ERA of .12 is pretty good.
Yeah.
If you're going to draft a high school guy, player of the year certainly is. For your state is good. James is back?
Yep.
All right, so to recap, Susac to the Athletics, if you're talking about big profile picks. Lesko to the Padres, to the surprise of literally nobody. Justin Crawford to the Philadelphia Bryce Harpers. Cam Collier to the Reds. They could possibly punt 31 to sign him, or his signing bonus came down. Reds have a lot of early picks in this draft.
They do.
You know what's funny? When the D-backs had all those first round picks, they only have $1 million more to spend than this year's bonus pool, and the inflation hasn't gone up that much. The bonus pools haven't gone up that much anyway. Although if they had that many picks, I think their bonus pool is what, 18, 19 million.
It was
Which means
huge.
It was 16 million back then in 2019. I was thinking of how much the bonus pools have gone up. Yeah, there's been a lot of interesting picture picks. Cole Young to Seattle. Wow, they wasted 0 time with that pick.
Yeah.
So obviously he was their guy. And Owen Murphy went to the Braves 20. No, didn't see him on. Maybe maybe I should have done more research on him, but it should have been a guy maybe we looked at 34 perhaps, but ultimately it would have been a moot point.
Yeah.
Well, National Gatorade Player of the Year at least. If you're going to reach on someone, at least somebody that did something.
Right.
And then his numbers are obviously what I do when I his numbers are comparable to when I turn up the sliders on MLB The Show. To stupid easy. When I just want to see if I can put up stupid numbers. That's the type of numbers he put up. Kind of like how Jackson
Last year
Holiday
when I
hit
was playing for
700.
the first time, and I still couldn't play. I'm so bad at that game.
I couldn't play the current version of MLB The Show. It's been 5 years. And plus, I don't play competitively.
I have
Plus,
never
it's
played a
out of
game
the
like
park.
that.
Hmm.
The last
Yeah, Chase.
baseball game I played was Wii Baseball and Ken Griffey Baseball for the Super NES.
Oh, you guys want me to tell you a fun story involving an MLB baseball game? So anyway, 9 years ago, that there was an event with the PlayStation. Their PlayStation was this is 2013, right before the PS4 comes out. So they were doing it. So the PlayStation had like an event down in the University of Arizona Mall area, and one of the games that was being played was MLB 13 The Show, and there was a home run derby contest. And I think when I come in there, everyone didn't know what the rules were because you play around the home run derby. The old rules, by the way, where if you fit 10 swings that didn't result in a home run, would have you done. But anyway, in that situation, there was a contest. So first time I come in there, I get a first chance. I ended up getting the first, the top score in the entire university. Although I'm sure the leaderboard was probably like 20 people, but so first time I'm there, I played as Josh Willingham, hit 23 homers. And then in my free time, I decided to up the score. I ended up hitting as many as 30. I think it was Miguel Cabrera. That was year, and then obviously that's the year after he won the Triple Crown. So this was his peak. So in the prize for winning that contest, I got a free copy of MLB 13 in the show. That'll always be my favorite one. Because it's although the side effect for being so good at the home run derby is I threw out my shoulder, my right shoulder, trying to swing a Wii remote, trying to emulate the batter's swings. Well, actually, more like I emulated their stance and I did my own swing mechanics. Or was it my left shoulder? I think it was my left shoulder because that thing is so light, you just rip your arm out. And I obviously don't have the muscle control of a professional baseball player. So I actually did some damage. Oh, to no one's surprise, Hirpe is not available to the D-backs at 34. I knew he was going to go in the 20s. Well, like I said, there was this thing they said, left-handed pitchers that perform well in college, they don't bust. The success rate for these pitchers is very high at becoming starters. So that's probably what the Cardinals were thinking there. I don't even consider a reach pick.
I wouldn't let a reach either.
I don't think so. If you're going to reach on a pitcher, a guy with Hirpe's track record this year, absolutely.
Hirpe is one of the better picks to be making in this year's draft as far as pitching. If you're looking for a balance between health risks and performance.
Well, I mean, health risks with pitchers, you could almost bank on them having Tommy John surgery at some point in their careers now.
I'm talking about the current health risk with this particular group because COVID has screwed up so many of the arms that are in this draft.
Yeah, that's why you're seeing a collapse in college pitching this year. Those guys were freshmen when the COVID year hit.
Yeah, I think we're still not next year, but it'll be the year after that before we see
healthy arms again.
Before we see performances normalize back to pre-COVID sorts of profiles.
Yeah, like that's we've already seen a pitch with the.
We're gonna see a lot of surprise, like low drafted pitchers that are gonna surprise a lot of people the next couple of years, just because of the lack of data.
I mean, heck, our best pitcher from the COVID year draft is the last guy they took for that, and there was a guy that wasn't supposed to. Really, his profile wasn't that impressive. Yet he's near he's got to be near the top for strikeouts in the minor leagues in general. Gives up runs, he strikes out a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, when you're pitching in elevation, you need a good fastball to dominate at those levels and be able to spot. And that's the one thing Fott does better than any pitcher in this organization: fastball command.
It all starts with fastball command, though.
Yeah, that's what the guy develops a changeup. He might be the best steal the D-backs have had, period. And that includes Brandon Webb and Paul Goldschmidt, who
Webb
at
was,
the age...
Webb was way down there on.
Yeah, Webb. I don't think Webb
8th or 9th
was
round.
Webb.
8th round
Does his
in
round even
2000.
still exist?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it comes up tomorrow.
barely. Yeah, barely. It's barely.
8th round. And then Goldie, an 8th round pick. D-backs' best 2 draft picks are 8th rounders. Although who knows, if Druw Jones pans out, we change that choice. Jones and Lawler, Carroll pan out, it's like top 5, and then the next 3 top 5 picks are your first round picks, like I said. So since we're still 12 picks away, if you were to grade, what do you think of Hazen's overall draft record since 2017?
B plus.
Higher. A-.
I can't give Hazen an A for the McLean situation unless their goal was literally to punt the pick in the next season.
No, but there was no reason to.
That's literally why I gave him a B plus with Matt McLean.
Yeah, I would give
I'm gonna
him
give him
solid
B or B minus.
B. Yeah, I was gonna say Pavin Smith, and then missing out on Pavin Smith and McLean is what's going to stop him from getting an A.
Yeah,
The
I'd
Pavin
actually
Smith
bump it down
thing,
to a B because of Smith.
the Pavin Smith thing doesn't bother me quite as much as it usually would, just because if you look at all the talent that was taken around Smith,
Yeah,
no one.
Trevor Rogers maybe is the only one I can think of, but even then he wasn't considered.
Really panning out after you got past the first couple, and then for all the swing and miss on Pavin. Now, my problem with Pavin Smith is you could see this coming, but for all the he missed on Smith, he made up for that by going and grabbing Varsho out of Wisconsin instead of sticking with the typical D1 stuff. So
I was gonna say
Varsho really kind of makes up for the Smith pick, especially when you consider that Smith has done just as well or better than everybody else picked around. Now, I wouldn't have taken Smith just because of the lack of tools, but that doesn't mean my process would have resulted in anything better. There's absolutely no defending the McLean pick.
yeah, it's no A for that pick alone.
Everybody knew he was going to UCLA, period. And they took him anyway. Yeah. And this whole the whole conspiracy, well, they wanted the draft pick for the next draft. You don't. When you're in a rebuilding phase, you need every pick you can get, and there was talent to be had on the board. It wasn't like McLean was even best player available on that board. If you're going to punt that pick,
take somebody.
Take one of the big names just in case they say
yeah.
But
punting on someone better than Matt McLean.
McLean was not best player available, and he wasn't going to sign. It was a non-defensible pick.
Yeah.
So I really have to ding him for that. But I've liked what he's done with almost everything else.
Yeah, his
outside of Pavin Smith, which, like we've said, it's
the Smith pick itself is a B because he reached the majors.
You know that draft was a crap draft. So, outside of Smith and McLean, I like most of what he has done with. I may not have he may not have always taken the guy I would have taken, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was a bad pick. And so far, the process definitely seems to be working with guys like Alec Thomas, Corbin Carroll. They are actually arriving.
Yeah. We're waiting bated breath until Carroll finally puts on an Diamondbacks uniform and Thomas is holding his own. He borderline rookie of the year. Well, he's not going to win it, but he's could place high enough that extra year doesn't come. They lose their control. I don't think it'll happen, but he'll be close enough that we have to sweat it out.
Brandon Barriera is who the Blue Jays took.
Yeah.
He's off the board.
From American Heritage High School to Canada. That's the only thing I can.
They really should move that Vancouver franchise across the border to Washington.
Yeah, go to Vancouver, Washington. Oh yeah, is it Vancouver? Probably is the border town.
It is.
Yeah, no, it's like literally around the other side. They just gotta move.
Kind of like
across
Kansas. Kind of like what? Texarkana.
Kansas.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And then Kansas
like,
City's kind of solidly inside Missouri.
It is.
Kansas City is split. There's Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
one,
it's
it's
kinda
one
spread
city,
out.
but it's. I
Two
lived
states.
in Missouri for 4 years.
Yeah, I
Same
lived in
thing.
I lived on the Virginia side of DC, then moved to Austin, Texas, and then Phoenix area. I've been living here since 2002. All right, so the Red Sox are on the board, and then we have the Yankees, White Sox, Brewers, and Houston's first round pick for the first time in 3 years. Tampa Bay and San Francisco. Okay, yeah, I think we're close enough we can talk about the players that could be available at 34, if you wanted to get on that topic. So obviously Ford. Well, I don't think D-backs have the muscle to sign Schultz at this point, but you'll take Jones over Schultz. So then obviously Walter Ford might be doable. I think anyone that has a signing bonus north of $3 million is probably not signable. Demand of $3 million is probably not signable. Because if you have Jones and then you have that guy, you have $4 million left. You still want to make. I think the D-backs probably want to make three splash picks in this draft. Obviously, they've already made their first. And I think in the year they had $16 million. Obviously, Carroll fell to them, and even though he fell, he was signable for slot, which allowed them to sign a lot of guys too. And then Walston. Actually, I bet you Walston signed for less than they initially planned for when they took him in that 19 draft, which is why. But yeah, Walston's looking like a good $2.5 million investment. Some days he looks like Kershaw light in Double A, and then obviously he gets blown up when he doesn't have it. But it's kind of the diff. I was mentioning this earlier. That's why I'm higher on Walston than I would be on Jarvis, because even you can see when Walston is good, he's definitely you see it in the final numbers, kind of thing.
I still really wish they would either leave Amarillo or leave Reno, preferably Reno.
I prefer Reno because guys can dominate at the Amarillo level.
But get out of Reno, send them back to Tucson.
I mean, Tucson would be nice, but I think that bridge has been burned.
Yeah,
Where
great.
else?
I say Las Vegas. Let's take it from the A's.
No, I want them down something that profiles closer to Phoenix. Send them back to Tucson. That bridge may have been burned back then, but it's been long enough now that Tucson would welcome the income.
Well, the bridge was burned when they left Tucson for spring training, but
They're actually redeveloping the old stadium they were using, and I know that they're supposed to be renovating High Corbett. There's also been talks about putting the stadium downtown to re-attract a AAA team, so it's like a possibility. I doubt.
I was going to say High Corbett's not an option right now because the U of A plays there. They're not giving that up.
Yeah.
Why would they?
They're going to give it up if they get outbid.
Yeah.
Outbid by a minor league team? I don't know. Let's think. A top tier baseball program versus a minor league team.
Except that all the minor league teams are now owned and run by the major league clubs.
Well, D-backs can't move out of Reno until the next decade, for what it's worth.
All the minor league clubs are locked in for 9 more seasons.
So they're doing 10-year things?
Yeah, when they did this whole reorganization and axed all those teams and then redid all the positions,
D-backs
all of them were on 10-year agreements.
Yeah.
So pretty much the only pitcher in Reno that's pitching well for Reno on a consistent basis is Tommy Henry.
Yeah.
He had another good one last night too.
Tommy Henry has been the most consistently good. Corbin Martin is still having good outings and then okay outings and good outings and then
I think
get
20
up and then good out. But the thing is,
too
honestly,
good, too mediocre, one blown ratio.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I mean, Clayton Kershaw, the real Clayton Kershaw, would have a hard time keeping an ERA under 3.5 in
Are we talking prime Kershaw? Or are we talking about present day Kershaw?
present day.
Yeah, present day Kershaw doesn't have a great fastball.
But his bread and butter pitch, even when he first came up, was that Hall of Fame curveball he has.
Yeah.
But when it breaks 14 inches less in Reno,
Yeah.
We get Leandro Cedeno situations. Yeah. When they say hit it from the parking lot from a basketball game, he literally made the parking lot. Mikey Romero goes to the Red Sox.
Okay.
Well, who plays shortstop for the Red Sox? I'm just kidding. It's Marcelo Mayer. So the Red Sox take another high school shortstop with back-to-back picks. No, not back-to-back, I should say. Back-to-back years in the first round. With
It's not entirely surprising, though. Shortstops at the high school level are the ones with the most tools, and you move them wherever they fit once you have them.
I was going to say with his... Well, I don't know what he's going to look like in 3 years, but obviously if you're 6'1", 175, you're probably more likely to profile the second base, unless Mayer moves to third.
Or you move him into the outfield if he's got the range for it.
Well, he's got the range for outfield. He'll probably stick at shortstop. I always thought the reason guys went from shortstop to outfield is they just didn't have the arm to play shortstop. You can correct me on that one.
Not always the case. I mean, you got guys like Upton. Upton had the arm to stick at short. They weren't sure about the range, but the other thing is they wanted to get his bat going as soon as possible.
Yeah, I always thought, and this is something that I talked with Wes in the past, but it always felt like Upton never looked natural in the outfield. Although he certainly did well. There were just certain things he struggled with. The eye test told me he had trouble moving forward and back, but he would move very well laterally. Which is something you see a lot in infielders. So I wonder if, obviously they couldn't put him in the middle infield because Stephen Druw at short, Orlando Hudson at second base. And then he had the arm but you can argue he had the arm for third base, but you have to be able to come in at third to play third. And I think so. He probably ended up at the one position that profiled well for him. In a weird way, if you consider the timeline of when he came up. So here's a good question: if you were team picking in the bottom 10 picks of each round, would you go for just slot at all picks, or would you actually make a high price gamble and just punt the rest of your draft?
I think that really depends on who's left on the board. They don't have a whole lot of money, regardless. I mean, if they take the big gamble, even if they punt the rest of the picks, does that really make up enough savings to get any of the big names?
That's a good question.
Guys.
Spencer Jones to the Yankees, so they have someone as big as Judge. If Aaron Judge,
if the Yankees took him, then expect him to actually be good, because much like the Dodgers, they just don't seem to screw up their picks very often.
I wonder if here's a good question. Did the Dodgers spend more on their MLB payroll or do they spend more on their player development? That's what I want to know. Probably player payroll, obviously. But I'm curious to see what it is.
Yeah, with some of the mega contracts they put out, I'd have to say player payroll, but they've got one of the most advanced international academies. They and the Dodgers both have.
Also, who does? This is sacrilegious to say this on. Obviously, we're talking about the Diamondbacks, but who wouldn't want to play for the Dodgers if you're a draft prospect?
If I'm a draft prospect and I have to pick between the Dodgers and the Yankees, I'll go Yankees 10 times out of 10.
Unless you like facial hair.
I'd get over it to where
they don't have it.
Me neither. But I'd have to shave this off. It's like how you know someone in the Yank. I wonder if that dress code also applies to their front office. And Cashman has to go clean shaven all the time. Of course, with the Yankees hair policy, it's like Randy Johnson almost had like a Samson moment with the Yankees. It's like, no, my mullet, it's a secret to my powers. All right.
You just have hair length requirements as well.
Yeah, they did. I think you have to have short hair because I remember when Clint Fraser was traded to the Yankees. I think he took a picture of. I think he had a picture of him getting a haircut or something like that, or implying a haircut. And remember, RJ actually asked if his hair was a problem when he signed with the D-backs. Because that was when the D-backs were in their purple Yankees phase. And it was pretty fun. I think it's like the way Jerry Colangelo described that moment was pretty hilarious.
I think we just got an answer to your late round pick question.
Well, there goes Schultz. Well, I never thought D-backs could sign him anyway after taking.
No, but
not after taking Jones. Had they taken somebody other than Jones, I think they would have easily had enough money to.
Yeah.
I just to the White Sox, they don't have a huge bonus pool. He cost almost double.
They might punt. If he sign, the situation where they could punt the rest of their draft. If he signs for $4 million, they have nothing left.
It's
all the way through the 10th round.
Are you still allowed to give college seniors $10,000, or do you have to give them higher now with the new CBA?
I don't think there's a cap anymore. I don't know. There's still.
As far as I know, the only ones that have restrictions on how low you can go are those that participated in the combine.
Yeah,
and a physical, right? You had to do both.
Yeah,
physical. Ensure that you got at least 40% of the slot value for your draft in the first 10 rounds. Or no.
The 40% is
that's first round.
The 40% is how much you have to offer in order to get the compensation if they don't sign.
Yeah.
If you don't offer them at least 40%, if they choose not to sign, then you don't get the compensation pick next year.
I think the pick, I don't know how far that goes into, but I think the latest I've seen is second round for that. Like, for example, the Red Sox will have.
I don't even know where it would come up after the second round because you start to talk about picks that are only hundreds of thousands. I mean, 40% of that is a typical.
40% of $1 million is 400,000.
Right, but in the third round, you're not looking at $1 million picks really anymore. So,
well, in the third round, $1 million is over slot.
Right. So, like I was saying, if that's why I'm saying I don't know where it would come into play after the second round because you're talking about hundreds of thousands instead, and college seniors already go for usually
50,000.
Yeah, 50,000 is kind of like the going rate. unless there happens to be something really special about them. In which case, they went in the top 5 picks.
Spencer, grabbing a blanket. We don't do that here in Arizona.
I'm not in
We're trying to take. Who commented on this live? Who hijacked the Twitch channel? No! Somebody typed it into here. That's the only way it worked. Just kidding. Nobody hijacked it. It's like how could you guys got in there? I'm the only one who knows the password, and I already forgot it. Actually, I won't say that loud, I'll post them. Yeah. I'll type the password in the private chat.
It was me. Yeah, Schultz is off the board.
Yeah. I want to take a look at it. I was gonna do it I was gonna put it in English, but it wouldn't. It said the password was too weak. All right, so yeah, Schultz going at 26, so that kills that pipe dream. I don't know if it's. There's two ways. You either have the money to sign him, or they're going to punt that pick in the next year. These are the two theories that I have. That's the only theory I have.
Give up on $2.2 million of their bonus punt?
2.79 punt, and then they get the 27th pick next year.
So,
sorry, we're talking about the White Sox. I thought we were talking about the Diamondbacks at our next pick.
The D-backs are not going to punt any. The D-backs have already told us they're not punting at all.
Yeah.
Besides, you already have a headliner for your draft class. You don't necessarily need to play cute with the signing bonuses. Headliner from the draft that everyone is happy for.
Yeah. I think Chicago's just going for best player available, and they think that's Schultz. They don't have much in that farm system.
Oscar says St. Louis got the best pitcher in the draft. Maybe the best college pitcher in the draft.
I don't even know.
We're talking about Hirpe.
Yeah, craftiest or best arm slot, maybe. I don't know about best pitcher.
Oh, yeah. Here's some names that might... Well, actually, could the D-backs consider signing a bat away with the 34th pick if they wanted to go with double-dip the high school bat route? Although, personally, I would probably just add security to this. Yeah. Do you think Brock Porter would be signable at 34?
I'm not seeing it, but hey, stranger things have been happening today.
I mean, if you get Porter and Jones, who cares about the rest of your draft? Sort of thing. Just draft seniors. Although maybe you can draft enough seniors that you can make a move with your 11th round pick. I was going to say, most of the big overslot picks will be taken in the 3rd round if they come to, because they're going to talk after the draft is over, and they'll have their number. And Fish on M is mentioning Ivan Melendez. That wouldn't be a bad bat to get either. He had a really good year with Texas. Wait, didn't he say? Oh, didn't he? Was it a record of home runs he hit, or was it just the leader for the season? An insane amount of home runs. It would be the first time the D-backs hit on a college slugger that played first base.
No.
Much leverage either, right? Didn't he choose to go back to college after last year's draft?
He's gonna be high enough. This won't be a thing. Redshirt junior, so maybe.
Just wondering if we could take someone above.
Melendez won the Golden Spikes Award. Yeah. I wouldn't mind the D-backs taking a big bat from the college ranks at 34, because I think it'll be easier to convince a guy to drop to 43 if you're going to make your splash pick. Although you do risk the possibility that Baltimore leapfrogs you at 42. That's the only thing that worries me.
Save on Melendez to get to overslot someone. 34, 43 doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I think like I said, you either go well underslot at 34, you do underslot pick at 34. Actually, no. Or overslot at 34 and you go underslot at 43. I think there's plenty of ways you can go.
How scared of Baltimore you are.
Remember, Baltimore has 4 picks tonight.
So does Colorado.
Yeah. But Baltimore's bigger. Well, because they had the first pick, but. So yeah, you have to worry about Colorado leapfrogging you for whoever you want at 31. Houston's on the board in the first round for the first time since the trash can scandal.
Public.
Like I said, I don't think the Astros were the only team that cheated. They were just the one team that was arrogant enough to get caught. Of course, also one of their former players ratted on them. Wouldn't be surprised if the Yankees or the Dodgers have something. And they're just better at hiding it. Although the other two franchises still do a lot of good things anyway.
The Astros are just the team that got caught.
Yeah, the Astros are like the closest thing to a corporation in baseball, yet somehow they get the best results. Ain't broke, don't fix. Although, certainly have a much different organizational philosophy than they did before the trash cans. Eric? Oh, yeah, he was supposed to go here too, around this square too.
I think every team was cheating. Like, I mean, if the team was successful, I would guarantee that the Dodgers were cheating, the Red Sox were cheating, the Yankees were cheating.
I hope to God the D-backs aren't cheating, because that means they suck with cheating.
That's my hope. That's my hope, is that they're just too pure to use the methods other teams are using.
Yeah.
That's my hope.
Yeah, Eric Brown, probably the best college player left on the board at this point. If I remember correctly, after that 2017 draft, Houston fired so many of their scouts. It's like, you gotta be careful. It's like when you're an MLB franchise, you have to be careful how you treat your employees. But of course, it was a former player that got them.
Drew Gilbert. That's who they picked.
I think it's a very solid pick. That'd be like, actually, I was gonna say Drew Gilbert's a pretty similar profile to some of the D-backs' recent high picks. If we're talking Thomas and Carroll. If they had the opportunity to go to college.
With the way the board is shaking out, I'm wondering if the Diamondbacks don't take a run at Prelude at 34.
I would.
I was just thinking too. I don't know that he gets better though.
Knowing that, Tampa Bay is going to take him at 29, and he's going to develop into the next Shane McClanahan. Remember, McClanahan was drafted 31st overall.
Yep.
And now he's like the best left. Now he's putting up RJ numbers. If he's not starting the All-Star game, there's a problem. Kind of domination.
I'm kind of surprised Ford has, with all the reaches for pitching, I'm also kind of surprised that Ford is still on the board.
Baltimore says, hold my beer. Actually, no, Baltimore doesn't have the financial muscle they normally do in this situation. They're basically almost going full freight for Holiday. I'll need to find that tweet, but I'll find it.
Yeah.
Oldman one?
Yeah.
I can send you that.
No, I'm already on it. I'm on this thing. Drew, and now he's saying Druw Jones is going to be receiving over $8 million, but we do that.
He might. I mean,
he's saying word on the street. Well,
yeah, that's colloquial. If Druw Jones came in and said, I want full slot, that's over 8, and you still give it to him.
Yeah.
It's like, I want full slot. Thumb days is like, cool. We get the best player in the draft, and we don't break the bank.
As long as he's not asking for a number that requires the D-backs to.
I mean, if he wants Torkelson money, they can do that too.
Ish.
That's 200 over. Yeah. 200K over. That's not going to break the bank either.
Yeah, that won't.
Well, I bet you Holiday and Jones are Boris clients. This is how he knows this stuff.
Jones is not a Boris client yet.
Who?
Jones is not a Boris client yet.
I'm going to see who Andrew Jones' agent was. Scott Boras.
Yeah, he's got to be a Boris client.
That won't help keep him in Arizona long term.
Well, we're drafting 2, second overall. The odds that it's a Boris Klein is pretty high.
Yeah.
Players.
Oh, I could. He might already have his representation.
It's like the running joke in the baseball media is when it comes to baseball media, John Heyman's a mouthpiece for Scott Boras. So whatever.
It used to be you were either Scott Boras or Casey Close, but right now Casey Close has got some
explaining to do.
He's got some serious house cleaning to do in his organization because
basically screwed up. Well, if the rumors are true, basically he screwed over Freeman to make a buck.
Yeah, and
which is highly unethical.
Casey Close has come out a couple times now to try and debunk that, but the reality
damage done.
The damage is already done. And the other thing is that we know that Freeman didn't hear from anybody in Atlanta until he went there to play. And that's when this all came out. So clearly, closest people at least did not pass along pertinent information.
Yeah, that's
to a guy who had already made it clear he didn't want to leave town.
I was going to say that's seriously highly unethical behavior because the agent's supposed to work for the player in the player's interest.
Which is the only way that the Diamondbacks have ever kept a Boris client. Like, I mean, it wasn't a big ticket one, but like William Bloomquist was a Boris client.
William Bloomquist doesn't break the bank for anyone.
But he told Boris to shut the hell up and let him sign with, because Boris was just being kind of a dick even about signing Willie. Not like it was going to be big money, but he was trying to play hardball, and Willie had to turn around and tell him to shut up.
I was like, even Boris will listen to his clients.
Yeah, he will. He'll back down for someone who wants to sign with a discount if that's who they really want to play with, but he's still going to try to get the player the best possible money.
There was a huge think about it when Jared Weaver signed his extension in LA to stay with the Angels, because Weaver signed way below market value to stay there. And it all came down to Weaver turning around telling Boris, you work for me, and this is where I want to pitch. Get me the best deal to stay here.
Yeah. So yeah, even though Scott Boras can be a jerk, he's not going to put his own. Oh wait, I'm just resetting it. All right, let's see if any picks have come up. Okay, so Xavier.
Xavier Isaac.
He's a big boy. He's already bigger. He's already bigger than Goldie out of high school.
God, 6'4", 220. Like that's.
Is he? I hope he's built like a football player instead of like Leandro Cedeno.
Well, I mean, I'm 6'7". I weigh 220. So if he's 6'4" and weighs 240, he is built like a linebacker.
Built like a defensive end.
Yeah,
linebackers aren't that big anymore.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't really watch ball, so whatever.
All right, so San Francisco's last pick of the first round. If you're watching on ESPN, you're probably going to want to change your feed, because ESPN's going to be done after the first round. So since the first round's coming close, which pick is the one that gives, which pick by which team gave you the surprise Pikachu face reaction?
Rocker with Texas.
I'm going to have to say either Rocker with Texas or Horton with the Cubs. Both of them feel like pretty big reaches to me, especially given the way that the board was looking, and the way the board has since shook itself out. Both of those still really kind of feel. I mean, the only way you take Kumar Rocker at number 3 is if you think you're going to make an ace out of him. But the risk that he is a closer is just way too high to be taking him number 3 when you still have Johnson, Green, Lee, Pereira.
By the way,
Young, Lesko,
etc.
Still there.
Yeah. By the way,
I think Romero's at a 24 is a bit of a reach too by Boston. Like he was.
I don't
not
believe in
mock drafts.
I don't believe in reach picks that late so much.
Yeah, once you're over the 20, 21, 23, 24 in that range, what you take whoever is the top guy on your board that you think you can sign. Regardless, it's not really much of a reach anymore because it's the end of the round, and you're down into the third tier of players already. So
bigger jump from 1 to 20 than 20 to 100.
Yeah.
By the way, they were showing a tweet. There was a video of Noah Schultz. Guys, I'm getting RJ vibes. Obviously, not the same fastball, but you got the mullet going, the 3/4 arm slot, and kind of the low effort pitching delivery. RJ could do wonders with that guy, but RJ's not in the White Sox organization, obviously.
Still have the same development team that got Sale.
Most likely. White Sox haven't had too much turnover in their front office.
I know he didn't spend much of any time in the minors, but he's another one of those like injury risk raw talents that they took.
Wait, which player?
The Diamondbacks screwed that one up big.
Yeah, that's one of those picks like tell me you're in trouble without telling me you're in trouble. Because at least Hazen under pressure can still make the right pick. In my opinion. But of course, most of the scouting department's going to survive front office GM change anyway. And I don't think the amateur scouting department deserves to be fired anyway.
What problem with the GM was?
Well, I mean, obviously there's going to be some turnover, but not too many.
So looking at maybe Connor Prelit, maybe Peyton Pallett.
Yeah, stop Pallett from going to the Dodgers. If he goes to the Dodgers, it's going to be like watching Walker Buehler all over again. That's my gut feeling.
I still kind of wonder why Ford is even still on the board, so I wouldn't mind him. One that I really expected to be gone already, if any pitching was going to be gone, was Landon Sims.
I think Sims will be on the board for both the D-backs picks, remaining picks. That's my gut feeling. I'd take my 43.
I want them to take whoever they like the most at 34, regardless. I don't want them getting cute and being, well, that guy will still probably be available at 40. If you like him, take him. You're not in the top. Once you're outside of the top 10, take who you like.
Yeah, don't play games. Don't play slot bonus games because you didn't at 2. Why would you do it at 34? When the drop off in talent to the next pick is very low.
That's who the Giants have picked. Reggie Crawford, listed as a
two-way
player. Probably just left pitcher.
Two-way player. He's probably going to end up as a pitcher then.
Yeah.
If there's no position listed, more likely to end up as a pitcher, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, but you never know. Maybe he can actually legitimately do it. Well, unfortunately, the only legit two-way player in this game is literally a freak of nature talent. That might be the most talented player to ever grace the game in God knows how long. If ever. If not ever. Most talented player to ever play baseball. Kind of thing. That's what it takes.
You have to wonder, like, how many players have had the talent that Ohtani has had. Like, hitters that that could have developed as a pitcher that just never did because they were a better hitter. I mean, it took a special case just for Ohtani to be able to do what he did in Japan. Like, they literally, how they signed him was saying, hey, this is your path to being a two-way player. You should sign with us. We'll do this, and then we'll help you go to the major leagues. They literally have a PowerPoint presentation to get him to sign with, God, who was his MVP team?
I don't remember, but basically, how many players have the same amount of talent on either one of those aspects?
Yeah, I don't think a lot. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I think there's probably been a few players over the years that could have. That I mean, like that. What's
Zero
that,
for pitching.
The guy with the Win or whatever, who like had that 100 mile per hour pitch.
Mason Wynn was a two-way player out of high school, but he's a position player now.
But I'm saying, like in an alternate universe where two-way players.
Yeah. Last year, we finally got to see the real Shohei Ohtani. And then this year, they're allowing him to repeat. But it took until last season because the Angels kept the kid gloves on for so long.
They wanted to make sure he didn't break. But he broke anyway.
He wasn't going to be allowed to play the field or DH a day after he pitched. He wasn't going to be allowed to do both at the same time in one game.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they had like all these restrictions. Now, granted, he did get hurt when he first came over, but it had nothing to do with endurance.
No, you're talking about the best athlete in baseball right now.
And it's just one of those, I really kind of wonder what would have happened if they had taken those gloves off earlier in his career.
I was saying, the guy knows what he's doing. He was doing it for years.
Yeah.
And didn't break.
He would have had.
I understood taking things a little bit slow his first year, just to get used to the bigger schedule with more frequent,
less off days.
Give him an 80% workload his first year so he gets an idea of, okay, this is what it's going to be like from now on. And then take those gloves off the second year. Don't wait until he's only 2 years away from leaving already.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna break. They're gonna bust out the Brinks truck to re-sign him. Well, but they'll screw their. I was gonna say, unless his goal is strictly winning, I think the Angels will have no problem re-signing Ohtani. It'll be about as painful a negotiation as Trout.
Oh, I don't know if it's in his best interest. Oh, there's another pick right here. Thompson.
All right, we're out of the first round.
31.
Sterling Thompson.
Yeah, we're in the 1C. Sterling Thompson, yeah.
Yeah, Thompson was one of those guys I thought that I didn't spend any time thinking about because I thought he'd go at the end of the first round. Well, close enough. All right, we are 3 picks away. Oh, and also the fact he's a left-hand hitting outfielder. We have plenty of those.
At this point, I really want to. I mean, we're close enough now that there's going to be a big arm available.
Yeah. Well, actually, like I said, Porter's going to require some careful maneuvering to sign.
It doesn't even have to be Porter, though. I mean,
Prelip,
Sip, Sims, Hallett, Ford, all those guys are still around.
If Prelip is taking... Yeah, I was going to say. I was going to say, there is a risk to signing Prelip because if you don't give him his number, he goes back to college and he should be fully done with the Tommy John rehab by the time by the time fall ball shows up, kind of thing. That's the only risk in going after him. But do you want to, when you're recovering from arm surgery, do you really want to pass on $3 million?
Yeah.
You could injure it again, you get nothing.
He could injure it again and get almost nothing. Or even if he doesn't injure it again, he's going to have to be lights out in order to stay first round going next year.
Or have the reputation. Unless we have another Kumar Rocker situation.
I think that they can sign Prelip if he falls to them, even if it means going a little underslot the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I was going to say Baltimore's also a threat to take him at 33, I think, for the same reasons we point out here. And they'll have some savings on the first overall pick if Holiday signs for just over $8 million.
I said,
Oh,
I'm
well.
really kind of surprised that Ford is still on the board.
Yeah. Nobody knows who Drew Jones is.
Sal Stewart.
I don't have info.
Right now, he
Stewart,
probably
It wasn't
probably
worth
should. Given
from-
Jones's situation, there's a very good chance his dad is representing him right now.
Oh yeah, isn't that
That's a
is
good
true?
point.
Because isn't Andre Jones's post-playing career agent now? He'll get a nice commission. Well,
Oh, boy.
probably won't charge his kid a commission though. What? Well, we're in the second round now.
No, we're still in comp.
Yeah. Well, we're the only D-back centric live stream still going at this point. So yeah, we're 2 picks away. Pre-lip. Any other players? Since only one of them will go. Any other players that you'd be hopeful for at 34?
At 34, like I said, I want one of those big arms.
Yeah. Pre-lip, Ford.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be nice. Yeah.
Ford, Palette.
Yeah. I mean, I would prefer a pre-lip over Palette because we don't have any good.
Yeah.
We have one good lefty in the system. Well, if you want to count Henry too. Two lefties that can start, and then we have 3 right-handed pitchers. Never mind, it's not that bad.
Yeah, if they think they can sign him, Sims.
Wait, how would Sims be unsignable?
At this point, I'm not going to put anything beyond this draft.
Yeah.
The only reason he's fallen this far is because he got hurt. He's another guy who may just bet on himself.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, Sal Stewart's another third baseman, so somebody's got to be moved. Somebody's going to have to be moved.
Bet that's Collier. They might not be counting on Collier being a third baseman.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's the reason why he was even available there in the first place. It's not like with Brady House and that questionable hit tool. It's like, okay, well, he can play. We know he can play third base at a high level. Third base is probably the best non-premium defensive position. Some people may consider it to be a more physically demanding position than second.
Oh, yeah.
I would say so.
It certainly requires better footwork and a much stronger arm.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if you want the bare minimum for a capable third baseman, I would say Josh Rojas is the poster child for that, for just enough physical tools for third base.
Maybe.
Borderline.
Yeah. I just keep thinking back to that
I
last
watch him
Padres
when there's
game
a
that
chance
I
to show off
reviewed.
his arm and he's bouncing at the first base. It's a good thing Christian Walker is going to win the Gold Glove this year. Kind of bouncing.
I almost think that part of Christian Walker's defensive stats are based off the fact that everybody throwing it to him sucks so badly.
Yeah, I have not seen a ball. I have not seen a ball get by Walker this year. And when I say by Walker, I mean a chance for him to actually get it.
Right.
That's the surprising thing. He's more automatic.
We just got spoiled watching Ahmed make all those chest high throws from any angle for
Like this.
5 years.
Yeah.
That fast. That was about 80% speed of real life. I don't know how he does. I don't know how he got such a quick release. If he had the physicality to play football, he'd be a damn good quarterback.
He has
there a
in over 35 years of
bad player?
watching these
Wait.
guys play. I have never seen anybody with a faster transfer than Ahmed.
Yeah, that's what. There was a phrase in the future value book where they said not arm strength, but arm utility, where they had Ahmed as a 55 arm strength, but arm utility was 70. And it's like arm strength is overrated. How fast you get the ball first base is more important.
And he gets it there ridiculously fast.
I think only Mason Wynn and O'Neal
Yeah,
Cruz
he
can get
does.
there faster.
And that's entirely on their arm strength.
Yeah, these are 80. Well, that's what when they say 80 grade arms, that's what they mean.
Yeah.
Actually, let me look up Mason Wynn's arm grade. I just have to go to Fangraphs.
I'd like to know if they can quantify like the like being
They can
able to
quantify arm
work
strength.
with really shitty other. No, I'm saying like you're a really good infielder, okay? Like you're a first baseman and everyone else around you sucks, okay? Or like
That's
you're a
Christian
good
Walker, what's this
shortstop
like?
and everyone else around you sucks. You need a stat that quantifies that ratio of being really good versus your teammates sucking.
Well, we have 2 examples of that in the last 5 years. Actually, no, that's not true. Ahmed always had Goldschmidt at first base for most of his career. So we can't ask Nick that question.
Ahmed was going to win Gold Gloves and be amazing no matter where he played. I mean, the Braves had Andrelton Simmons on their major league roster, and we're already saying we might need to move him because Ahmed's almost ready, and they were thinking that Ahmed might be better defensively.
Okay, Pipeline gave Mason Winsarm an 80, just as a reference, which shouldn't surprise anyone.
Oh, okay. That's not surprising at all.
I mean, like, 100. 100 on a crow hop, basically. It's like blinking, you actually missed the throw. All right, so let's see if Bolts. I need to update my tracker to round 2. I mean, sorry, CB round A. All right, looks like
round A hasn't. Baltimore hasn't chosen yet, so
no, they're in commercial.
They're still on the clock.
Yeah, so obviously, whoever we're thinking at 34, huge risk of losing him here. If the D-backs have someone lined up at 34, there's a chance they lose him here because the D-backs in the Orioles bonus situation is almost identical. You spent half your bonus on half your pool on your first round pick.
I would not be shocked the way that Elias has done drafts in the past that he spends a good portion of the rest of this draft picking guys that are going to arrive quickly.
Yeah.
To fill in holes, spaces, even just be depth. For
their percentage
that 2 years from now is supposed to be all that in a hefty bag.
All right, so they should have Gunnar Henderson coming up either in the second half of the season or early next year. So then that's one left side infield position covered if you're talking about Baltimore. Holiday is their shortstop of the future. You don't pay someone $8 million to not be your shortstop and not play him at the preferred position unless it's painfully obvious he can't play it. And obviously, Kersted's going to end up being a bust for no fault of his own.
Henderson has enough arm to play third, so
yeah, I think he's going to end up at third base even before Holiday gets there.
Kerstead just get promoted though. He got promoted after like 2 weeks of a pro career. Like they're trying to streamline him, see if he can handle it.
It is not going to require that much time in the minors anyway. They just need to make sure his heart isn't going to end his career.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the key is making sure his heart doesn't go out on him.
Yeah.
Obviously, because he's got serious heart problems. I was not serious heart problems, but certainly we already know it's not career ending because he's still playing.
Right.
If he didn't have this case, he'd probably be banging on the door for an MLB promotion right now.
That same cup.
Wait, who is this? Who
Wait, were you at that game too?
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, that one, and there's a bluish purple one too. They're both in my dishwasher right now. Yeah. We were talking about Heston Kjerstad, their 2020
that's what I thought.
super haircut.
Yeah. The haircut pick that everyone seems to think that the Orioles always do. That was literally, they've done it once. Maybe twice when I count Correa.
And Kjerstad was not, it's not like he was a big reach.
I mean, like what? Someone goes 9 or 10?
He was going to go top 10.
Yep,
Yeah.
Same thing with Kowser last year. It just looks like a reach because Lawler went next. Yeah, Colton Kowser's looking like a legit Colton Kowser looks like a top 100 prospect if he's not already there. So like I said, Baltimore's prioritizing savings as their number one decision maker is obviously false. And this year pretty much killed that narrative. The death it deserved.
They really need to speed this process along a bit more.
Yes, they do. Especially if they want this to be some tentpole event. Like,
Yeah.
Let's be honest,
Yeah,
the media circus part of the event is over already. Let's just get to the picks.
Yeah.
Well, they still have people in their studio who haven't been picked, right?
Yeah, I guess we can talk more about Jones. I look at his swing, and it's definitely a high ball hit. He's definitely going to be a high ball
there
hitter,
we go.
which might
We're
actually.
on the clock.
Who they take?
We're on
Yeah.
the clock. Dylan
Dylan
Beavers.
Well, Prelip's on the board. Let's go. Let's see which arm we get here. D-backs have more money to spend than the Braves.
Well, I know, but the Braves traded for that pick specifically. That worries me.
Yeah, maybe if he falls to them, but D-backs certainly have probably multiple arms because they're like Prelip's on the board. Who else do we have on pitching side from the college ring?
Ford,
All of them?
Wisenhunt.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Pick your pitcher.
Yeah.
this is where you take the
We're on the board,
picture
so
with the surgically repaired arm, just like the Dodgers.
It's
They
like
got
Tommy
one
John
year.
surgery doesn't scare me anymore. It's like everyone has it now.
I mean, the Dodgers
Except
got
Kershaw.
Walker Buehler specifically because everybody's like, ooh, injury concern. He's still rehabbing. Okay, so you let the Dodgers have him for nothing, basically.
It's like Tommy John surgery is not at. I guess there'd be risk for a second Tommy John surgery. That would be more concerning. But
Yeah, the list of two-time Tommy John recipients having success is
John Smoltz, that's it. John Smoltz,
Yeah,
and that's it.
and it's not like they were.
I guess you could.
back like so many of them are now.
Yeah, I don't count Daniel Hudson because he was a lesser pitcher after the two surgeries than before.
Yeah, but I mean, he might be one of the bigger successes that wasn't John Smoltz. I mean, everybody else, that second one, that was it.
Oh, Hudson's pitched, 10 years since the second surgery? I mean, went from future ace to a second division team closer, first division team setup guy. Although he's not, I feel bad for every time he gets hurt. I feel bad for him. That really nice guy. He's one of those players that you loved if you played for you because he puts his heart and soul into the game. I remember when his last game with the D-backs, he was absolutely in tears after it ended.
Sign him as our closer in 2 years.
I'm still mad they didn't. I'm still peeved they didn't think about re-signing him at any point.
Yeah.
It's just and all those.
I would rather them make the moves to sign him and bring him in than bring back IPK.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Hudson should be available for cheap. I mean, and he's coming back from an injury that shouldn't affect him long term. Although he might lose some velo as a result of it. Because obviously,
I'm joking because he's at the point where he's now the new Fernando Rodney that Hazen will target and sign to close out.
I'll take it. He's still blowing guys away now. But if he does lose velocity, he's toast. Kind of guy. And knowing our luck, he'll probably drop to 96. All right. Or pick up.
If he signs with
Oh, no, they're announcing the pick.
Yep.
It's
Landon
puts.
Sims, I'll take it all day. I would definitely take that pick all day long.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, he develops in your next closer. Your next closer, your next ace. One of those two outcomes.
Out of the pitchers that were still on the board, and there are a lot of them, I still think Sims has
I'm watching that
high.
high. Yeah. That fastball explodes.
I
don't care what the velocity is. I don't care about the velocity. That fastball explodes.
And the thing is, he's got two legit 70 grade pitches.
Eh.
His
Two
fastball
legit.
slider.
That gives him a floor of
Yeah. Oh.
That gives you a floor of a dominant late inning guy. We need those two. But anyway, like I said, if he has a third pitch, obviously, then he becomes a very intriguing pitching prospect. So would you put him?
He's got a usable but not great change.
Think he can learn? He throws a good slider. Could he learn a curveball? He doesn't have to throw a changeup. Kershaw says. We've seen from Kershaw and Ray that you don't need a changeup to be a dominant pitcher. DeGrom doesn't throw changeups either.
The third pitch in his repertoire right now is a changeup, though. It's solid, but he doesn't throw it enough.
He's going to have to either develop that pitch or he's going to have to learn a curveball to stick in a rotation. Otherwise, we'll be seeing him in the 9th inning instead of the first. Well, like I said, If he's part of the solution to fixing your closer problem, I'll take it too. It's good value.
Well, he needs to be developed as a starter. His upside is very high.
Anybody at 34.
I unfortunately have to hop off
moving
for the evening, guys.
All right, thanks, Spencer.
I'm happy.
I mean, sorry, Wes. Sorry.
I'm happy with their.
Yeah.
I'm happy with their two picks.
Yeah, I think we.
Drew Jones. What can you say?
Yeah, it's a good thing we talked about Sims in the preview.
Take care.
Well, maybe I'll put that in the. As part, maybe I'll put that in.
Here. Landon Sims is probably, assuming he can continue to refine that third pitch.
Yep.
He's a number 3 starter.
And if he doesn't, well, what the heck are you doing? What the heck? Stop messing around with the layout, please.
I haven't touched it.
I haven't touched it either.
I guess I'm yelling at my computer then. Worst case scenario is your future Oh, wait, I'm just saying the same thing again. But yeah.
So do we think he's going to cost more than 2-2?
No. I don't think he's an overslot. No.
Nah.
What leverage does he have to demand overslot?
And even if he wants overslot, it's not going to be by any large amount. I mean, if the cross-checker's called and he said he wanted 2.5, that's close enough that the Diamondbacks can still make that work with 8 more.
I was wondering about pick 43. Do we still
what
get
if Prelip falls to 43?
Yeah, that's what I'm legitimately wondering. Like, is there another high-end broken arm that we could get at 43?
With our luck, the Dodgers will take Prelip at 40.
And then Prelip will turn out to be a multi-Cy Young winner.
Yeah, of course.
That's how it always ends up working out. The Dodgers get whoever they want.
For now,
the money is not an issue. Although money, they are.
Pallet. Who else is still left?
I mean, that's your top 3 arms right there. Brock Porter's not signable at this point.
Yeah, I know, but
somebody made a comment that he's like, he's too young to be the D-backs closer. All right, I'm wrecking that.
But yeah, Connor Charlotte, Peyton Pallet.
Just wondering if maybe we go.
Is Jake Bennett still on the board?
Yes.
So Jake Bennett.
I was going to say Snelling's probably not available, signable. No. D-backs probably down to $4 million left in their pool.
I wouldn't say
5.
Snelling is. Walter Ford though.
Oh yeah, Ford still too.
I think he makes it. If we land if the D-backs walk away from this draft with Jones, Sims, and Ford, I asked Hazen how much do you want for your next contract? Because clearly the guy can identify talent. Well, I mean the draft's already an A because they made the obvious. They didn't screw up the obvious pick.
General. I was the only one who gave him an A-. You guys all had him as a B.
Oh, not quite. No, the McLean pick will forever hold him in the B range. That's what I said. You screwed up a first-round pick. He would have to be around for 10 years for me to reconsider. Well, actually, that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, I'd be okay with Hazen around for 10 years.
Yeah, clearly the guy can...
Very right.
Like, clearly we know Hazen knows how to identify young talent. Now the problem is, can he assemble... Yeah. Well, that's always been the problem with this organization. Right around the upper minors is where these guys break. Upper minors, we see some things.
Reno.
Yeah. Although they were still having that problem in Tucson, too.
Less so, though.
Yeah, but they were a newer franchise.
Oh.
Kind of growing pains.
They were newer, and...
Yeah, and we can only say they're one big...
They at least still had enough warm bodies to keep bringing up to fill holes.
Yeah, I mean, can we just make the Aces... Can we make the Rockies take Reno? That's a better AAA affiliate for them. Because they had that right center field wind tunnel. It's high elevation. The only thing that's different is it's more dry. Like, Amarillo's fine because guys with swing and miss stuff can still dominate at that level.
It's just if they miss by half an inch, it's going to go the wrong direction.
Yeah. Jay
The
Jameson
thing
says
about
hello. Jay
thing
Jameson
about
is set ERA 7 says hello.
Yeah. Well,
His
yeah,
home run
the,
rate.
the thing about pitching in Amarillo is if you can keep your home runs per 9 under 1.5, you're probably actually doing really well.
Or when Jay Jameson was pitching from this year, just don't allow any hits at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said.
But it's like I am now old and decrepit, and I can still hit it out of Amarillo.
J.R. Ritchie. Yeah, this looks like... No, wait, no. There's only back-to-back pitchers. Like I said,
I'm just kind of... I am now wondering if Ford is signable.
if he's not, I still think D-backs had a good draft.
Well, no, the reason I'm wondering is because having jumped through all the hoops and gone back on his commitment to go to JC, so he stayed eligible and all that stuff, he seemed like an easy sign, but nobody has touched him. And at this point, with some of the names that have come off the board, I have to kind of wonder if he made himself eligible, hoping to get the big payday. It didn't come, and so now he's
Gonna wait 3 years. Go to Alabama and wait 3 years.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Alabama isn't bad at developing pitching.
Oh, they're fine.
I was making reference to Prilip, by the way.
Yeah.
Well,
So that's why I'm kind of wondering if Ford is actually available. Or, I mean, signable.
Dodgers are the only ones in front of us still who haven't picked yet, right?
Boston. Oh no, you're right. Boston has a set.
That's the only
Boston,
one
I
I
think,
see
picks
where it's like maybe we have a special deal because I want to play with you. Although that would shock me. I don't think that it's very easy to do that.
From the
draft.
South, from Florida to LA, though.
It's the Dodgers.
I mean, it's the Dodgers, but obviously my anti-Dodgers bias is speaking. But from
I don't think that's
Florida,
realistic. I don't think that's possible with pick 40 in the draft.
I don't.
But
Unless
that's
I was gonna say unless his family grew up as Dodger fans, I don't see the connection at all.
I wouldn't mind if we went after a Jake Bennett type if we're going to stick with arms.
Yeah, I still think there's better arms than bats at this point in the draft. I don't think that'll change.
Yeah.
We're
I'd like to be able to get like a Cermak or a Melendez, but I don't think I want him with 43 right now. Not with how many arms are still left.
yeah, like this. The depth.
If they
Well-
get Cermak, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to be down on that pick, but I actually really like Cermak.
I think
he's a Varsho-like pick. He's a guy who beat the hell out of, not quite as advanced hitting and pitching.
I was gonna say Illinois State has definitely upped their game lately because DeYoung was their most recent draft pick from there, high draft pick.
DeYoung.
But yeah, Paul DeYoung.
Ooh, that's not a great.
Well, I mean, he was looking like an everyday shortstop until he suddenly forgot how to hit this year. And threw their entire shortstop position in disarray, but it's Cardinals. They'll figure it out. When Mason Wynn probably gets up for them next year.
Yeah, next man up.
They've got such a talented farm system.
That's an evergreen comment.
Nolan Gorman, Edmund.
Yeah, and he's holding his own at a position he's not used to playing too. This is a funny thing. It's like they have so much third base talent, they have to play it everywhere. Yeah, Dodgers and the Cardinals having a great farm system is an evergreen comment every year. Although I think the Dodgers farm system isn't as good as it used to be the last 5 years because all those guys are finally in the majors.
Yeah, they're starting to come up, but
their dominance.
The Dodgers system is so deep in international talent.
Yeah, because what 17-year-old Dominican player doesn't want to play for the Dodgers?
The ones in
One
the
who wants to play
Yankees
for the Yankees.
Or Tampa Bay system. Yeah, basically those three teams Well, actually, no. Seattle might become players now with Rodriguez
Maybe.
looking like a
Seattle
star in the
will
making.
Take a little while to trickle through, though.
Nobody obviously is doing it for the Diamondbacks. They don't even want to give out 7-figure bonuses. It seems. I mean, it's not necessarily bad, but it's just you miss out on the high talent, the franchise-altering talent with that approach.
We tried. He's just
unfortunately, the two tries they've had for $2 million or more, one punched a cop and another one can't hit a ball. And neither one has proven they can hit past a ball. Alvin Guzman. Although he did have a nice game on Friday.
And their next best international talent got traded for Zach Gallen. So,
well, they didn't sign him, so.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
No, the previous regime signed him. That was
this regime.
That was the only good signing that front office made in the international department. And the ironic thing is they were handicapped that year.
Yeah. Is Perdomo a Hazen or was he a LaRussa?
No, technically no, but Perdomo was in the system only for like 2 months before Hazen took over anyway. So he didn't outright sign him, but the development was pretty much his front office.
I mean, it's not obviously not Chisholm, but he's not a bad one to have.
I was gonna say, I don't know. I think Perdomo's more of a seat warmer. Although, really? Who knows what Lawler's defense is going to turn out to be? There's so many errors. His defense isn't as good as we thought. But obviously, I don't know what these errors are. Is it like
if he doesn't stay at short, then Lawler's going to third. And
if it's an issue with hands, he's going to end up playing the outfield.
Not in our system.
Oh yeah, you're right. Drew Jones pretty much killed that.
Where's he playing?
Yeah, where does he play in the outfield? We rotate the outfield, and then we start like 4 outfielders with the 4th guy DHs.
Shortstop and outfield every 4 days.
At that point,
no, Lawler will figure it out by the time he moves to first base.
Second, short, and third.
Keep him on the dirt if you can.
Can he catch?
Remember when we had all the catchers joke? Now we can't even get one.
Yeah, but they all sucked.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't ever let Chris Herman hear this, but he's better at playing duty than he is at playing Major League Baseball. Although he'd have a hell of a post-playing career if he actually went into streaming full-time.
Sorry, there's some car parked in front of my driveway, just in the middle of the street. Its lights on. Yeah,
if something like that were happening, I'd be freaking out, especially if it was a Subaru Forester. I'd be like, oh shit, my sister's back.
Well, they moved on.
Yeah. I won't go down that rabbit hole.
I live in a less than ideal part of Columbus. One day I will make lots of money on my house. Today is not that day.
It's definitely a seller's market for houses. But the problem with selling houses is Jordan back to the Rockies with the 38th pick.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we have passed a lot of picks. Yeah,
but nobody.
All right, so there's somewhat of a run on pitchers. I'm surprised Campbell fell all the way to 37. He was a consensus top 20 guy. Like, if you swapped Cleveland's first in their CBA pick, you would feel like it makes a lot more sense.
I'm not to believe that DeLauder would get to their 37th pick, though.
Oh, I forgot they took DeLauder. Well, then I say Cleveland is trying to Oh, there goes Snelling. Padres just took him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I didn't think it was signable, but okay. Who the Padres took with their first? Nick took Lesko with their first round pick too.
Yeah.
Padres are thinking, let's go. We got Lesko. Well, We can guarantee that if you're drafted by the Padres as a pitcher, you're probably going to pan out. You might be hurt half the time, but you'll pan out.
You're going to be hurt half the time, and you've got a 60% chance of being traded for veterans while they redefine what their window is.
Their window should be now, but
You'll win the
I don't
World
know. There's
Series with whatever team you're traded to.
I don't. Padres are a weird team that you feel like they should be better than they actually are.
Oh, they absolutely should be better than they are.
Yeah.
Of course, they've run into some bad luck.
Yeah, they're short. Their franchise player's an idiot behind the wheel of a motorcycle.
Well, and he needs to go and get the damn surgery and just get fixed already.
Yeah, if he had just gotten the damn surgery, he would have been ready for opening day.
Yeah, so they need to get Tatis, and then they traded for friggin' Blake Snell, and he fell off a cliff because.
Well, never do trades with Tampa Bay involving pitchers.
And the thing is, though, is it's like
if they want to give you a pitcher, you should be asking yourself why.
They bought into the Blake Snell hype when Blake Snell was a guy who won a Cy Young Award by being a damn opener.
By being the best opener in MLB history. Well, like I said.
I mean, no one is going to be surprised that I like Justin Verlander. I've been liking him for ever and ever.
Oh, yeah.
But that was one. There's been times where Verlander finished second where
he shouldn't have.
I was okay. Finishing second with Snell was not cool.
Oh, yeah. Remember the year where his wife just went. Well, actually, Kate Upton was his girlfriend at the time, but she absolutely unloaded on some of the people that voted for the Cy Young when he lost to Rick Porcello.
And her tweet was, "I'm the only one allowed to fuck Justin."
Oh, yeah. And I heard one of the writers that votes on the Cy Young Award winner, he works for the freaking Golf Channel. Like, how are you even Dalton rushing to the Dodgers? So my Peyton Palette nightmare was not fulfilled, fortunately. But knowing rushing, he'll probably replace Will Smith.
No, but they drafted a catcher, and damn, they always draft good catchers.
Can we steal whoever coaches catching from the Dodgers? Just double his salary.
They have Cartaya or whatever, too. Isn't he their number one prospect right now?
Yeah, Dodgers farm system isn't as strong as it has been in recent years, but
still, that's a good,
it's mostly they're still top 10. They're just not 1 or 2 anymore. They don't have that blue chip prospect in their system.
Give Andrew Friedman 3 more years. Their system will be right back up there all over again.
I mean, their system isn't even that bad right now. Like I said, it's still top 10.
Yeah. And it's going to be even better in 3 years.
I wonder what our system's going to look like in next year. I wonder what our system's going to look like next year. We have to be top 3.
A lot of that's going to depend on who gets graduated and when.
I feel pretty confident with our top 3 arms: Walston, Fott, and Ciccone. Yeah, Cicconi's not putting up dominant strikeout numbers, but he's not walking guys, and his home run rate's pretty under control in Amarillo.
Ciccone is he just needs to stay healthy.
Stay healthy and take your career a little bit more seriously.
Which is something that reports that he's been doing a lot more of.
Yeah. Like he's not a bad seed. He's just he just doesn't know. Like, remember that? Did anyone read that story on The Athletic where they're talking about Ciccone in the Hillsborough clubhouse? Basically, he was starting fights just simply because he didn't have the right social etiquette for the situation. Yeah. If I remember correctly, that's what got Druw in the. That's what got Druw. That's what happened. Same thing happened to Druw in the D-backs clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's the MLB though versus AA.
Yeah. Yeah, in MLB, it's like they're more likely to fight you in the minors, I think.
They're more likely to start scraps in the minors, but the guys in the majors are going to be a lot less likely to put up with your crap for even 10 seconds. You know, a guy like Drury, who was lucky to be getting a cup of coffee, needs to shut up, watch, and listen.
We're talking about the year he got put in the dog. I bet you that's what got him in the doghouse.
Yeah.
And coupled with a lot of brain farts on the field too.
And the fact that he dogged a lot of plays, yeah.
The Red Sox are trying to get every player named Cutter. They got Crawford, and now they have Crawford on their MLB roster, and now they got Coffee. If he doesn't throw a cutter, I'm going to be sad. At least we know Cutter Crawford throws one.
This one's a shortstop.
Well, get him on the mound.
Probably has enough arm for it.
He was born in 04. Just seems so young.
Yeah.
Ooh, we're on the clock.
Max Wagner. Hey, Prilip's still on the board.
Goes forward.
Prilip, the same pitch we were talking about when after the 34th pick are still there. There's a run on position players now. Let's just go arms here. Maybe they're taking position players knowing that arms are still going to be there with their next pick tomorrow.
Maybe.
Take either one of the really big upside pitchers or take a toolsy player. In which case,
I don't know if you can sign a high school toolsy player, but certainly.
I didn't say high school. I just said toolsy.
I think I want pre-lip. I guess.
If we end up with, like I said, I hold my point. If Hazen ends pre-lip at 43, just give him a blank check. He clearly can identify talent. Now it's just a matter of developing the talent and then making the right moves in free agency.
Yeah, that's his big issue so far.
Yeah, if they aren't going to take another big arm that happens to have fallen this far, then I want somebody that is like Cermak, who's a toolsy guy.
Yeah, Cermak won't break the bank for you.
No, he won't break.
Heck, this could be like a triple slot draft, perhaps. In that case, it's like you three slot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like. Although, if I remember correctly, when they did the 16 draft, 19 draft, they didn't really necessarily go cute with the signing bonus stuff.
No, they didn't.
They just had so many picks that they had a big bonus pool, and they ended up. Well, none of the players they got above slot have panned out yet, but in a weird way.
So I remember
like
signed everybody quickly that year. That was nice. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the only above slot guy that's succeeded at any level is Avery Short. Because he got promoted. Well, he was arguably Vizelia's best pitcher this year, although there are a couple of guys that are starting to emerge. Like, I think Diaz is putting together some good starts with Vizelia. His last start, he struck out it. We're talking like huge strikeout numbers now. Good run prevention with huge strikeout numbers. Sleeper guy, maybe? I don't know. I know nothing about the guy.
Steinmetz? I'm excited to see how he does when he actually starts his pro career.
Oh, yeah. Steinmetz, I heard, is pitching decently in the complex league. Let me look it up. That's where he is. He's in the complex.
Going there, I didn't realize it had already started. I would have paid more attention.
Let me take a look. Oh, okay, so he's pitched in 6 games. And they're all short appearances right now.
That's
so he's 11 innings.
How bad's the RA?
All right. We just took Melendez. Melendez at 43. So they just took the Golden Spikes Award winner.
That's going to make a lot of our pitters happy.
Yeah. Doesn't make me happiest, but okay.
I mean, we landed what? The best player in the draft, the high ceiling arm. That will either start or close games, and then big power threat at first base. He's got a similar body type to Goldschmidt, too. The height and weight are almost identical.
If I was going to take a position player, I want more tools than Melendez, but he's got some real power in there. So.
The only thing that's missing from the system is power bats, and especially right-handed power bats. Well, actually, no, that's not true.
And
that have enough of a hit tool. They have enough of a hit tool to make use of it. De Los Santos, the jury's still out on him, but it's promising with his numbers in Visalia. Although still not quite getting to his power enough. But I've seen him miss some balls in batting practice that that got over the fence.
At this point, you guys think Prewitt's just going back to school?
No. We'll see how it's like. You can see how the rest of the second round goes, but
I'm not going to be asleep for most of it. It's already almost 11 here.
So yeah, like I said, we'll see how the comments go. But like I said, you don't have to stick around beyond this point.
Yeah,
for a little bit while longer. I don't normally go to bed until about midnight, but it's Monday, so probably should speed that up a little bit. I'm certainly not disappointed with the draft.
Yeah. Unless my theory is maybe Melendez is underslot and they go for someone in the third round possibly. Although I'd wonder, and maybe they felt like Melendez wasn't going to make it to 82.
I don't think
that's what I wondered too.
But he would have made it that far.
Yeah, he wasn't going to. I don't even think he would have made it out of the second round, let alone get to the.
And if that was, that comes back to what I was saying before. If he's their guy, then go ahead, just take him. Prelup would have been higher on my board than him, but
I make a joke about Melendez attending the draft, and he's now wearing a D-backs cap. All right, I'm gonna try and see. I need to check to see how many home runs he hit. It's obviously rare for a first baseman to actually win the Golden Spikes Award. Yeah.
Melendez to cut a deal of some sort. That would be nice.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to look it up right now. Okay, so 2 years with Texas this year, 32 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
And 94 RBI. For reference, Paul Goldschmidt set a school record at Texas State with 36 career home runs. If you want to reference power. And then another nice thing, more walks than strikeouts. So that's something that the team likes.
Overall career or just this season?
This season. 52 walks to 51 strikeouts. I mean, no, high strike. That's not. Well, when you walk as many times as you strike out, you don't really have a high strikeout rate. So, yeah, like I said. Obviously, the power tool is the carry tool. If you're gonna make gamble on someone, you probably want to gamble on someone with at least one elite tool, and hopefully they have enough makeup to cover the deficiencies.
Or it's just a Hunter Barco.
It's a very it's a very risky business hoping that someone can stick around for another 40 picks.
Right.
For sure.
If they like him, I don't have a real problem with it. We were already at the part of the draft where the overall difference in talent is not actually all that big.
Yeah,
especially if they're not willing to gamble twice on arms, which I can understand. We took the Landon Sims. That's our one injury arm. We're not going to do two of them though.
There were other arms too, not necessarily that I like better than Melendez, but like what's his name from Ohio? The kid right down the street.
Jacob Miller?
Yeah, I wouldn't have been upset with him at 43.
We talked about him in the preview as well.
Oh yeah.
And then
all right. Well, the four-legged ones apparently think it's dinner time, so I'm going to go take care of that.
Yeah. For me, it's bedtime.
All right.
So, see you guys.
Good night, everyone. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch or Twitter, hit that follow button for the AZ Snake Pit. And good luck to Druw Jones, Landon Sims, Ivan Melendez. Hopefully we'll see you in a D-backs uniform by 2026.
Hopefully. Good night, all.